Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, April the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So, at least in the main room, you guys can hear me and see my screen. Maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same for me. Thank you. So, guys, I hope everybody is really smart last week and they bought Tesla at the low of about 137, 138, 191 today. What a move. I mean, seriously, this is an astonishing move for Tesla. 138 to 191. Had some news out of China that they were going to, I don't know, this all about self-driving, lifting the regulations or the restrictions or something like that. So that is, I mean, that's an amazing move. I usually talk about stocks with a couple of billion in the float or high float. Very rare do they move even 5%. But Tesla last week had I think it had a 20% move, and then a 13% move today. Anyway, unbelievable. Now, some of these other ones that I saw this morning, I mean, they've just completely fallen off. I mean, can I even see CNDT here anymore? Don't think I can even see. Well, let me show you CNDT. So what I'm saying is that we've had a lot of stocks this morning that had big pops and then like almost an immediate drop. So I mean, this is still at 4%. Can't see it because my minimum down or my last one down here is about 7.5%. That is FULT. But there was CNDT, and of course, well, I wanted to say it's a low float. Hard to believe it's got that many in the float, 323 million. Anyway, that is one of them. VIVK is another. VIVK is another one that, big pop up, complete collapse. So they were on my list, but of course they were on my list when I construct my list. This is what I'm seeing. Now PHG, where is that one? That is well, it's an earnings play plus a big settlement. Yeah, so PHG is an earnings play, but they also reached a $1.1 billion settlement on US sleep apnea device claims. Wow, okay. But it's also an earnings play, and they're in the next quarter, they're guiding well. So that is PHG. And another one, I mean, that's a massive float, 766 million to move 36%. And I think it's all about this settlement. The deal lessens the uncertainty going forward. Now, ZVSA, which was, as Draw pointed out, it was a recent reverse split, announcing a publication reinforcing the rationale, et cetera, et cetera. A Cleaver, there are a couple of really bad ones this morning. Cleaver, CLVR, they are going to this is a cannabis play. They're going to voluntarily delist from NASDAQ. Then they don't have to company announce voluntary delist its common shares and deregister its securities to terminate and suspend its reporting obligations. Bye bye, Cleaver. ADXN, ADXN. This is another really low float after the company announced phase two study did not achieve the statistical significance. So that is the reason for this one being down. Another very low float. DCPH is a buyout. That's why I'm not really talking about it. DCPH is a buyout. MULN, I'm hearing is well, okay. MULN is just having a pop right now. California issues HVIP approval. granting Mullins Class 3 EV trucks a $45,000 cash voucher. How much are they? What? They have a okay, I don't get this. Are you trying to tell me they have a they cost 68,000 and you'll get a rebate of 40 up to 45,000? Wow, they're saying the net effective cost of the Mullen 3 would be less than $17,000? All right. Never seen one. I don't know if they're I don't think I've seen one in Canada. Hmm. This okay, this is why I thought the CNDT might had a little more lift in it, and you never know, later on it might. Now I can't see the headline, but it had something to do with Microsoft and AI. Okay, here we go. Collaborates with Microsoft on AI to drive innovation in business process solutions. So that's why I thought maybe this little gap up might last for a while. By the way, guys, the trade of the week is ACVA. ACVA is the trade of the week. And Steve said considered live at 1840. 1840. He and I have a very, very different way of looking at things. Good morning, Michael, our YouTube room. Very different way of looking at things. I look at ACVA and have to read what he says in his email. And okay, if I took it at 1840, I just sort of see all this stuff looking left. But he's got a rationale for the way he picks them. He probably looks more in the daily chart, or sorry, in the weekly chart. Anyway, certainly not trying to slag his trade of the week, his selection. Now the SPY is we're going to have a nice open to start anyway. So that 500 level has been defended pretty well. I also read that 4 out of the 5 companies, SPY companies that are not SPY, well, S&P 500 companies that released last week are were positive in terms of guidance and all of that. This is a huge week, of course. Again, we have about 1,000 not S&P obviously, but we have 1,000 companies releasing. Yeah, I mean this doesn't make any sense at all, William. So buy them, yeah, buy them in California and sell them elsewhere. I don't think I've seen a rebate quite like that. And look at the float, 6.5 billion in the float. Sorry, million in the float. So they are. So these are not. So these are trucks. Okay, so these are mainly delivery type trucks, I guess. I'm just looking here because it says 125-mile range. So obviously this is not for the average person in terms of driving. So this looks like it's more of a this is a commercial vehicle. Now, Bitcoin guys, Bitcoin's definitely weakening now. We're in getting close to $60,000 again, 62,000 right now. So Bitcoin is weakening. Here's IBIT. So you can see it has been weakening over the last 3 weeks, really. No kidding, Brad. I mean, I just that's what I led off with this morning was Tesla. Pretty amazing. I mean, when it was down here, at 130, what was the low here? 138.80. I mean, I know I get reading reports down, going to be below 100 next week. I mean, you can't believe, obviously, this is just people who don't, they're just trying to maybe pump it down or dump it down. But anyway, so it got that, but literally 138 last week, 190 right now. Amazing. Didn't they have a big recall, about a 2 million vehicle recall? Just doesn't seem to matter. And Wedbush, yeah, Wedbush is putting 275, $275 price target on them now. If any other analyst, but this is the deal. I mean, look, but it had already moved last week. Closed at 170 something. So Tesla jumps after China reportedly approves in principle full self driving. In reportedly. Forgot to mention IBRX. IBRX having at least this one is holding the gains, guys. So Piper Sandler maintains coverage with a ah, $6. Jeffrey raises price from 9 from 5. Okay. Nothing spectacular. Yeah. Okay. So William is not a big fan of ADXN. I actually yeah, I've got about 6,400 shares available, Interactive Brokers. So again, um, they basically announced their phase two epilepsy study did not achieve statistical significance. So obviously horrible news for this company. Through the 200-day moving average, which is around 985 or so, 976 is the 200-day moving average. All right, 912. Well, let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. So again, we're in for a positive open. So let's take a look at what the major sectors are doing 15 minutes before the market opens. All right, so so this is what you're seeing. You are seeing the major sector. So XLE, this is the major ETF for energy, XLE. So when you see 72% in red, that means that 72% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. Okay. And what I like to try to find is some stock that is going counter to the sector, maybe in a big way. I don't see anything here. BKR is up 0.79%, but it's not a big deal. So I'm not seeing anything in this sector. Yeah, really not seeing anything that is standing out. Google is a little bit weak. Communications a little bit weaker after its stellar performance last week off earnings. There's GL, guys. I mean, GL is still hanging in around that 75 to 80 mark. And of course, there's Tesla. Interesting. Tesla's in consumer discretionary, leading the charge. DPZ, Domino's must be an earnings play. Yeah, Domino's super expensive, but Domino's is an earnings play. DPZ is an earnings play. People still loving their pizza. So that's what we're seeing now. Apple, of course, has earnings May the 2nd. So this week, Apple has earnings this week. Bambino di Oro. Welcome to the room. If this is if you're new or you just change your pseudonym. A little Portuguese. Bom dia. Bom dia. I know you're Italian, but all right, guys. Let's see what else is on the move here. Feng. So anyway, these are the major sectors, and I don't think we have to. I just want to take one look at discretionary. And just see where it is with respect to the 200-day moving average. That was the only one that was in jeopardy, but I think it is now. Yeah, so there's that 200-day. If you can see my daily chart, see that blue line on my daily chart, that's the 200-day moving average. So now it is moving away. That was the only one that was below last week. Take a look at energy, XLE. Don't think yeah, it's still well above. So that's it, guy. Well, I'll take a look at dividend, like the utility stocks, because again, the utility stocks, no, still way above. Okay, so all the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average. As that 500 level in the SPY continues to be defended. I'm hearing Feng, guys. FENG. FENG is on the move here. Feng, China stock. See if there's any specific reason. Nothing that I can see that's for today. All right. This was on the 26th. The headline on the 26th, but meanwhile, guys, as I said before, Bitcoin is weak, which means Mara and Riot are also weakening. So let's just take a look for fun. April 20th was the big halving event. So there was the initial reaction. I think April 20th was a Saturday, but so there was the initial reaction, a little bit of a pop in Bitcoin, but since then it is sliding a little bit. It sort of reminds me a little bit of when all the Bitcoin ETFs came out, and there was that initial pop, and then drop, and then it really ran afterwards. So this might be the same sort of thing. Everybody was waiting for this halving event. Happened, a little bit of a drop. There were shorts available also for me. Interactive Brokers for MULN could not sustain that pop. Yeah, there were about 22,000 available, could not sustain that pop. And these are the TSLZZ, TSDD, and also there's a TSLQ. These are all ETFs, short ETFs for Tesla, and you can see they're all moving down. And of course, the TSLT, TSLR, these are the long ETFs for Tesla, moving higher, of course. Charts are not loading this morning. Hmm. Oliver, try. You've probably tried to do this, but go to account and keep hitting that reset connection. Okay. Well, there's no more beta. I don't think there's a beta anymore. That is the production version, but keep hitting the reset connection and see if that helps. Okay. Otherwise, reload trade ideas. I had a problem on the weekend, but they did say they were doing some server maintenance or something, but see if that helps. Okay. It worked. All right. What, the reset worked? Yeah. Typically, guys, if you're having a problem, every now and then, I know our charts may not load or something may not look correct to you, especially the charts not loading. Uh, instead of reloading or getting out of trade ideas and reloading it, a lot of times if you just hit account and reset the connection a couple of times, usually that will work. Okay, usually. Okay, good. Okay, guys, come on, coffee. One last little bit. Interesting, Jim. Okay. I don't even know what version I'm on. Again, I'm always a guinea pig, and I am on this is a development version. So I'm on this 5.688. I guess you guys are 5.6.85, but I'm also on a development version of all these things. So I am the guinea pig. All right, guys, let's take a look at the SPY here. So SPY's holding the gains, still above 500. Yeah, I mean, there are release notes that unless it's some kind of a bug that they're trying to fix in the release notes. I mean, a lot of times, you can stay on an earlier version without any problems. I just don't have that luxury. Let's take a look at KWeb, guys. Just want to see what China overall is doing. KWeb, China overall is doing. So basically flat. It's had a great run. One, two, three, four, five. So this is six. So it had a nice 6-day run for KWeb through the 200-day moving average. Again, if you're not familiar with KWeb, this is what I use to see what the China stocks are doing. I know there is another one. What is it? Is it FXY? I think that's more of the larger caps. I think That if it is it FXY? That's Japanese. Well, there's another one I know that some people use. I always like to use KWeb. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is to get rid of my layout that you see here, and I'm going to load the layout that I use once the market opens. Oops. Now let's see if my charts load. Okay, so this screen you see here, the big green one, it's essentially like the pre-market actives up. You can see most of the things that we saw. Pre-market actives up. The only difference is the only major difference is that I have a minimum of 200,000 shares. So you're going to some of the ones that we saw in the pre-market actives up may not be here, but all the big ones will be. And again, this is what I use this is what I use once the market gets open at 9:30. Now, also, I just always want to remind people that you can, in order to see what our AI is doing, this is what I recommend doing. Okay, all I would recommend doing. So let me move this off. So if you click on new from our toolbar, new, and then you'll notice we've got three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, premium AI strategies trades window. Don't worry about anything else. Don't worry about, well, what does this mean? What does this mean? Don't worry about it. Okay. Make it like try to just simplify. And this is what you're going to see. You may have different headers than column headers that I have. But just this is the window that yeah, in my opinion anyway, that's all you have to look at. Notice it is blank. You'll not get any alerts until at least 9:40. Okay. So in the first 10 minutes after the market opens, there will be no alerts. You may not, I'm not saying you'll get an alert at 9:40, but that is the earliest. And then how you trade them, of course, will be up to you. You'll have this you have a stop price. I'd rather say alert price as opposed to entry price, but anyway. Okay, so that is all I would look at. Morning, Shaw, in our YouTube room. Sue, is anything else sneaking in? Actually, this HWH could be interesting. Was it over two? Yeah, this was a fairly recent. I don't know if it's an IPO or what it was, but it started trading as HWH in January of this year. Okay, so last week it did get up to 230. If I can get, that's right. I had an alert set up here. I was watching this one last week. Low float, I'm sure. Yeah, 2 million in the float. Oh, thank you, William. Yeah, a minute to the open, guys. Okay, guys. So listen, let's have a great start to the trading week. All right. Just like the SPY is having a nice little start to the trading week. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And I do run the risk of something that just starts moving when the market opens and keeps moving higher, but I'm prepared for that. IBRX, guys, IBRX is still, is it even showing? Yeah, there it is. IBRX, pre-market high, 870. This was an AI alert last week. Yeah, this was an AI alert on, let's see, this must have been Wednesday? No, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah. So this was an AI alert on Tuesday. That's why you see the buy there. All right, we are now open. Now the DCPH, again, it's front and center here, but this is a buyout, so I'm not too interested in this one. Look at the IBRX now, guys. Just mentioned it, and look at the pop. But again, for me, it's just way too early. Now, if it takes this out, where's the monthly chart? Or what does it look like on a monthly chart? So it's certainly a 2-year high. So I don't even know. I have to go back to 2021. So this is, I mean, there's not a lot of resistance now for the IBRX. I mean, the next high looking left is back in October of 2021. So not quite 4 years ago. That is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. So there is room. PayPal's having a bit of a pop here, guys. PayPal is an earnings, no, it's not an earnings play. They release tomorrow before the market opens. That is PayPal, PYPL. Never heard of these guys. Monas, Crispy, and Hart. Never heard of them. Reiterated their coverage with buy and a target of 88. Now, because I haven't heard of them doesn't mean they're bad, but I've just never heard of them. Okay, Tesla is weakening, guys. Tesla is weakening a little bit here. Hit a high of about 191 or so in the pre-market, down to 186 now. TSLA weakening. Didn't mention this one. This was under $1, but if you don't mind playing the ones under $1, CAUD. It did get up to in the pre-market 68 cents, 63 cents now. Low float. Verizon on the move, guys. VZ is on the move. Next high looking left is 41.62 or so. So it's got some room on the daily chart. Big float, 4.2 billion in the float. Oh, look at the SPY. Look at the SPY move right off the bat here, guys, so far. And look at IBRX, RBIX, not S. Look at this. Look at the SPY move here. CSSI. Okay, that was a crazy one last week. But was it CSSEP? What was it? No. Yeah, here we go. CSSEP was the one that really. This is the chicken soup for the soul. Okay. And so CSSE is the stock. This is some kind of a, I don't even know. I don't even know how to designate it. But anyway, this actually had a bigger move percentage wise than the CSSE. A lot of people in the contest, I think, took this one. And it's halted. So this got halted. Now, why is it not showing? The reason it's not showing is because only 5,000 shares. I do have a minimum of 20,000 shares and the halts resumes. So I'm assuming CSSE is halted also. Interesting. It is not halted. So this is not halted, but the CSSEP is halted. Roku's on the wow, look at this. Big pop for Roku, guys. Had earnings on the 25th, but the reaction was here. Okay. They released earnings after hours on the 25th. So, so the reaction obviously was not great. This was the Friday reaction to Roku's earnings, ROKU, trying to come back a bit. Seaport Global, again, another one I've not heard of, announcing a $74 price target. Susquehanna, I do know, they've got an $80 price target for Roku. OPRX, for some reason, I had a price alert set for this one. I can see why. Yeah, so it's above the high of last week. And the next high is 11. That's right. I remember this one now. It really didn't move that much. I remember watching this. This is the 15-minute chart on Friday. It really didn't move that much. Starting to make a little bit of a move. Volume is putrid though, so we, can't do anything with it. All right, so this is now showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's a little too cheap for me, but wow, AQST. But look at the weekly chart. AQST. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The next low looking left on the weekly chart anyway is 261. Is there any news on this one? Yeah, so here we go. So, you look at this pretty positive looking news, receiving FDA approval and market access for its Libervant buccal film in pediatric patients age 2 to 5. So, I mean, on the surface, it looks pretty good, but market's not reacting well at all. All right, how is MULN doing? See how choppy it is? I mean, look at that big topping tail. That was the 9 o'clock. Had the big news about basically giving away their cars for free. Almost, well, they weren't, but they have such a massive rebate in California anyway. And these are more commercial vehicles. So, but anyway, look at the big pop up there, five, almost up to 450, pulled back, tried again, pulled back, tried again, pulling back. Last time I looked, there were 6,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. Now there are only 1,400, so they're being snapped up a little bit. IBRX, though, no quit so far. IBRX, no quit in this one so far. Why is it not here? There it is, 26%. Let's take a look at the SPY, guys. So we had a big green candle all the way up there, but there's some selling now. Okay, this is the opening 15-minute candle for the SPY. I looked at Poet this morning, and what I thought I saw, let's see if I see it here. There it is. Oops. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing. So, if I can get through all this, I suppose. But yeah, this is a nice move. 11%, good volume. So Save is even trying to come back, guys. Has Spirit Airlines has earnings coming up. Okay, we have our first one from our AI now. Pretty extended, and I honestly don't see how. Just give me a moment here. It must have been a very quick flash down to 929 and then up. So there'd be no way, in my opinion, anyway, that you could have got this at 929. But I'm not sure where you could have got it. Well, what did I say? I think we had to go back to what, January of 2021, or it wasn't January, it was a little later than that. So 1037. Yeah, October. Sorry, October of 2021. That is the next high on the monthly chart for BCRX, or sorry, IBRX. IBRX. Well, let's see if we get any sort of a pullback to the AI alert price, because I just don't think it would have been possible to get anywhere close to 929. Well, I guess I should have taken this AQST on the short. It's continuing to move down. There must be no, I mean, there must be no market or something for this. I mean, we are thrilled. Oh, I hate that. We are thrilled. So many companies do that. We are thrilled to have received FDA approval, but market doesn't care. Market just does not care. Volt is an earnings play, guys. I don't think I mentioned this one. I know it's I think I had it on my list. FULT is an earnings play. And the next, yeah, to me, there just could be too much resistance. I'm looking at a monthly chart here. Take a look at a weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, the weekly chart is looking a little bit better. Big, nice big gap up on earnings for FULT, Fulton Financial. Okay, well, interesting. So they're buying Republic First Bank, and it's also an earnings play. It is not. I'm sorry. This is not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 16th. So this is not an earnings play. So this is the reason for the big pop. Well, I'm waiting to see if we can have any sort of a pullback on this IBRX. It just looks so strong, though. I don't see really any news on this one other than there must have been some news on Friday. I can't remember what it was. I don't see any. Don't see any news. Okay, so this is so they must have released this after hours on Thursday. Okay, so our trading high after the company on Thursday announced overall survival results. So I guess obviously it probably happened that they released that after hours on Thursday, and then this is reaction on Friday, and just a beautiful follow through. Yeah, man, there's nothing stopping this IBRX high. Now that red line you see here, that is actually the next high on a daily chart. Okay, and that's got to be going back to that month we were looking at in October of 2021. That is actually the next high on a daily chart. Okay, that's what that red line is signifying, and it's right at it. I mean, if it takes that out, you can see right there. So that month, that is a daily high. Man, I mean, the next high is 1237 on a monthly chart, and it's just break. Boy, what a move! I wish I just don't know how. I was waiting for some kind of a pullback, which did not happen for IBRX. Meanwhile, on the flip side, we've got Riot and Mara moving down. Now, Riot, big level for it to try to hold, I guess would be 1088. That's the low of, I guess that's Wednesday. Sorry, Thursday, Friday. Yeah. So that's Wednesday's daily chart. And how about Mara? Yeah, Mara's got a little more support action, perhaps. All right. So there's a bit of a, well, not a bit of one. There's a nice pullback now for IBRX. So let's see if this little bit, well, first of all, where's the VWAP? Well, it's way down here at 920. That would be that'd be a pretty severe pullback, but you never know. See, now we're getting the pullback. All right, guys. So what is happening with ON? ON is a 10-day daily breakout. It is an earnings play today. ON is an earnings play today. It's a 10-day daily breakout. But to me, anyway, coming into a lot of potential resistance around the 70 mark. So because of that, I'm not that interested in it. Chopped around. Look at all how up and down it was in the pre-market. Not faring that much better once the market opened. Now we had interesting. So remember that was a nice big green candle all the way up here, and then it just turned red. So we had an opening red candle. Okay, let's see what happens on this second 15-minute candle. All right, so a 10 break on IBRX could get it going again. Just want to check the float from another site for the IBRX. No, we don't. Yeah, this site does not list the float because the market cap is too high, I guess. So, all right, guys, back to 10 for IBRX. DHAI from Draw. Yeah, I didn't see this one in the pre-market because it really didn't move much in the pre-market. But yeah, this is low float, fairly low float. Started trading as DHAI back in February. Let me get a weekly chart up. So yeah, so there's the high. That's an all-time high. Don't see any specific news on it today. Seems like obviously, I'm going to say obviously an AI play or not. I don't know. I mean, they put AI in their symbol name, so they're trying to capitalize on it. But keep watching this IBRX, guys, as it continues to pull back and see if, well, there's a couple areas. I mean, the VWAP is at 931. Okay. It may not get down there, but it did get down to 950 or so, 20 cents above. Well, here is a gap up and reverse, guys. JKS 2317 is the next low looking left. JKS, China stock. Now, what is KWeb doing? Always a good idea. If you're going to play any sort of a China stock, I would have probably KWeb as a thumbnail chart so you can keep an eye on what the overall China market is doing, especially if the stock that you're looking at doesn't have any specific news for itself. In other words, it's not an earnings play, if there's no other news, and more than likely it'll kind of track whatever the overall China market's doing. IBRX, guys, right back up to 10 now, right back up to 10, IBRX. All right, guys, a minute. I want to see how well this holds 10. This might be a very quick in and out trade. Talking about the IBRX. All right, guys, I'm out of it. I'm going to wait for another break of 10, see if it takes it out later. So it took a little loss on that one, but I want to see if it takes out 10 again. GAU, Galliano Gold. Okay, gold play. I don't really like trading the precious metals. They're just too tied into their sector. But wonder if Wainwright raises its target to what? to 430 from 220. Okay. Now, if you're looking at playing a bounce in this cleaver, guys, I mean, you can try to play a bounce in anything. Obviously, just remember though, they are voluntarily delisting themselves from Nasdaq. Okay, okay, they're voluntarily delisting, and then they're going to be suspending its reporting obligations. So, yeah, it's having a bounce. Heartland Financial, guys, HTLF. This is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume, 286. That is 31 times normal, though, up to this time of day. But, well, what's the spread like? Not terrible. Well, actually, pretty good. 41.72, 41.78. So a nice big gap up on the weekly chart, the daily chart, of course. Why would they delist, Michael? Because they don't want to have, costs, to it costs to list on Nasdaq, and then they also have to comply with reporting obligations and all that. I guess, well, obviously the company's not doing well. I mean, that's the reason. So, all right, guys. So Mara is trying to have a little bit of a bounce here, and if you're going to play Mara or Riot or actually anything else that's Bitcoin related, of course, I would have IBIT up just to see, and you can see Mara and Riot now are basically following exactly what Bitcoin's doing. I see shady AGBA. Take a look at AGBA. So shady will get long AGBA at 230 if it hits with a 220 with a 10-cent stop. If it hits, yeah, 61,900. Yeah. So Bitcoin. I mean, it a little bit of a move here, but still, obviously the trend is down. But there's a bottoming tail there. I'm just looking at IBIT as my proxy for it. Well, I have no idea, Michael. Google it. I have no idea. It's probably different for all companies. I have no idea. Talking to Michael in our YouTube room. Wow, FIHL guys. FIHL. This is a pretty big move here out of Bermuda, tax purposes, obviously, for FIHL. Big pop, some volume coming in. Earnings coming up in May. So it's not an earnings play today anyway. Michael, I have no idea. Why don't you Google it? You can find out yourself. I have no idea what the difference, how much it costs to list on the different exchanges for different companies. It might be different. I'm sure probably Apple pays a lot more than, but I have no idea. Why don't you just Google it? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So now we're getting this bigger pullback for IBRX. Let's see if this holds now. This nine, I think it's right at the VWAP. It's a little bit underneath the VWAP now, 940. There are no shorts available for me now at Interactive Brokers. Let's see. The VWAP is 940, so it's hanging, it's trying to hang there. Not at all. I watch anything all day long in case it sets up again. I don't care if a day. So the question in our YouTube room, our main room, is when the AI exited IBRX actually, right? Does that mean I won't watch it? No, I will. I'll watch it all day. I mean, as I'm saying, maybe the VWAP holds it. Sometimes, I mean, you get an AI alert. I don't care if it's an AI alert or something from one of my scans. I mean, you get the alert, and maybe it pulls right back to the alert price. I mean, look. I mean, it basically almost got right back to the alert price. But as I always say, how you trade it, if you trade it, will be up to you. But no, I don't. I mean, any stock that is, super active, I'm following all day long. Okay, now this could be an interesting one, guys. A gap up and reversal. Okay, PHG. So they had a big settlement. First of all, it's an earnings play. They have guided well for the next quarter, I guess. So they've guided well, and they've also had a settlement, a $1.1 billion settlement for their apnea device. 58,000 individuals who filed a claim. Wow. I don't know what. Anyway, I'd be maybe interested on a 28 break for this one. PHG as a potential short. I'm going to put an alert underneath 28. It's a big float, so I don't. But I mean that's a massive move. 33% with that float. Of course, it was a lot higher in the pre-market. 31. So ZVSA halted on the way down. This was a reverse split, I guess, last week. All right, CJAM. Let's keep an eye on this one. This has had a great run now, CJAM, and still going. So CJAM, CGEM, CGEM started back here 4 days ago at 15, almost a double. Big day on Friday, big day on Friday. Continuation. They announced that no, that's not the Mary Kay. Mary Kay Fenton. They've announced that the appointment of Mary Kay Fenton as the chief financial officer. Yeah, I just wanted to make this is not Mary Kay, okay? It just happens to have the same. Anyway, she's in the biosphere. So this is CGEM. All right. Well, you took it. Okay. So 249 is a maybe a target. I don't know if a target or, but 249 is the next high looking left for AGBA. All right. Well, okay, guys, this has got some room. VTSI has some room. 1690. Actually, it's got a lot of room. Okay. I'm not saying it's getting there, but the next high is around 17 for VTSI. Okay. VTSI. The volume is light, though. It's only 144,000 shares. That is 3.4 times normal, but it is kind of light. What's the spread like? Spread is, I mean, it's first, if I mean, if it really moves, it's not a bad spread, but the volume is just a little too light, though, guys. Too bad. Well, if it can take out that 250, the next high is 256, and then man, if it can take out all that, is I'm talking about the AGBA, then you've got a shot to the 3 level. So a lot of volume coming in. Low float, 17 million. China stock. Well, that is a big pullback now for the IBRX guys. So that is a big, big, big pullback. So might be over. Sorry, guys. I mean, these are showing up on the momentum scan, okay? And my minimum volume, I think, is 100,000. Most of the time when I see them, it's a lot more than that. But I mean, here's PAHC, 21 times normal volume up to this time of day. But again, only 151,000 shares. So I'm going to have to back off it. Yeah, another one, guys. I mean, it's this is what I'm talking about, okay? I've got this momentum scan, which gives me a lot of stocks, but the volumes are just not too high yet. And I'm sharing this, but all right. Well, this one, Seleno is re- okay, receives breakthrough therapy designation from the FDA for its PWS treatment. So this is what a move. And this is probably actually it's not a big float either. 30 million in the float. You know what, guys? This has got a little bit of room here too on the weekly chart. This is for the SLNO. So I'm watching this one to see how well it holds 50. Don't like the spread. The spread's a little bit 50.82, 51.21, but definitely want to watch it. Volume is definitely good. 38 times normal volume up to this time of day. Yeah, we've got a bit of a spread issue though. I mean, if you get a good fill, yeah, this is what I'm talking about though, I mean, here's the 50.99, 51.43. I mean, it's a little bit tough, but okay, now PHG, just give me a moment. Definitely interested in a short on this PHG. Definitely interested. Want to see how well it holds under 28. Maybe it gets down to the 27.91 or so. I want to see it close. I want to see it get rid of that 28. Yeah, no kidding. Wow, what a rug pull is right on the AGBA. Hopefully, you guys got out with some profit on that one. I mean, that went all the way down to 210. Okay, I'm just watching this PHG, guys, but it's holding tough at it's big float. May not move much. I mean, it's moved a lot. Don't get me wrong. It's up 32%, but will it move down from 28 in a big way? This would be awesome if this had a better spread. I mean, the SLNO would be really, really good if it had a better spread, but well, there's no app, but you can use your browser. Okay, you just use your browser. We've created it so that the browser using our web browser, it doesn't look too bad now, Coco. So there's no app as such. The question is there an iPhone app? All right, guys. Now, Paramount is really is this a gap up and now a reversal? Okay, for Paramount. So all the drama with this one, I guess they got rid of. They fired somebody today. The guy, I don't know what his role was. If he was see if I can see what the guy. They fired somebody who was really against this merger. I just can't remember what his title was. Backish. Okay. He was the CEO. So he was the CEO. So they fired him because he was really against this ongoing drama about the merger. Yeah, so this RERE had a great week last week. You can see it. I did actually see this in the pre-market, but look what it was doing. It was just really chopping around. What's the volume like? 637,000, 4.3 times normal. So, I mean, let's take a look. So it's above, of course, the high of the week last week. Take a look at a monthly chart to see where it could keep going if it wants to. So on a monthly chart, the next high is 252. So it's got some room on a monthly chart, at least through the 200-day moving average on Friday. All right, guys. Well, SLNO is continuing to move here. We'll have a okay. So something went crazy here. Just want to, if you have the I would disregard that one, of course. And I'm talking about the poet. Just going to point that out. Okay, guys. So now we have a little bit of a pullback now for SLNO. Let's see if it gets back over 52 and maybe the spread tightens up a bit. I mean, I like it because it's got the room, it's got the room on the daily and the weekly chart. Let me see if I can induce it upwards to 52 again. Well, there it goes, guys. Okay. Can it work this time? Yeah, I'm not loving the spread still for the SLNO. Yeah, so let's take a look at the SPY. So after that first 15-minute candle, when remember that was green all the way up here, then a sell-off, and the next two candles are green. And now this current one is just kind of hanging in there. So yeah, SPY is strong. Defending 500 still very nicely. Okay, guys, I'm sort of interested in this one, the PAHC. The volume is not great, but it looks, I mean, holding 15, low float, 20 million in the float. So I guess this is sort of the news, okay? This was on the 28th that happened. Zoetis announced earlier it will sell its medicated feed additive to Fibro Animal Health for $350 million. So I think the news might have hit here or here for PAHC. Well, I'll put an alert around 15:05 and see if it takes out 15 again. Ah, what's wrong with me? Guys, I I'm in this one now. Okay, the PHG. I had a trigger up here, and I put in and it triggered. I mean, it's a little bit above the current price, but this is one I really wanted to short. I was waiting for a break underneath 90, and it happened. So let's see how much further the PHG can move down. This is gap up and reverse, gap up and reverse. So, I mean, I don't know where there is a support area. Where's the VWAP? 2872. So, I mean, obviously way below that. There is no moving average that is support. And, obviously it came from way down here. I'm not saying it's going to get back down to 22, but that's what attracted me to this on that break underneath 28 for the PHG. Really? A lot of shares at I Interactive Brokers, 200,000. SMCI, okay, from William in our main room, SMCI. Okay, guys, so PHG inching its way down. The CNDT, I do want to keep an eye on it just because of the news headline it had this morning. Okay, I mean it is not reacted unbelievably at the very beginning, but it pulled all the way back, and collaborating with Microsoft. Yeah, right. I mean, I'm not saying it's not fake, but that's what a lot of companies will do. I don't know, even Microsoft even knows this company. And also AI. Okay, so it's an AI play and a Microsoft play, and that is for CNDT. We've seen this sort of action before when companies have a press release like that. They have pretty decent moves. So the move was awesome in the pre-market, but just collapsed. PAHC. Okay, so what's the spread like now? Yeah. So I mean, Coco. I mean, look. I don't know what your desktop version, how many scans you've got, and all. I mean, obviously you have like one scan or something. I mean, you can check your browser, but I think if you use Safari on your iPhone and you go to our homepage, I'm not sure you can get our layout though. Okay, or your layout. I don't think you can get like your layout. You can go to your browser though. and then just load from the cloud your layout and see. I have no idea what it would look like. Okay. Getting a little more action on my fan this morning that I like. I have no idea. You'd have to try it. Okay, just go to Safari and then load from the cloud your layout. I have no idea what it would look like though. I know what they've tried to do is on our homepage. They've tried to make it so that you can see things, but it's more the stuff that we're delivering to you, not so much your scanners. So try it. Just load your browser. Okay, use Safari and then load from the cloud. As long as you've got, I have no idea what it's going to look like. What they've tried to do, they meaning the company, is try to. This is more what they're trying to do browser based. Okay, not so much your scans though. Okay, now this really revs up my machine. Okay, and that's going to our home site and then checking your account, check on my account. But that's not like I again, tell me what it looks like. you know. All right. Well, PhD now is back where I shorted it, so I have to figure out what I want to do. See if it holds that level. I don't think we ever had what you would call an app. No matter what you see by Googling that, I don't think we ever had what you would call an app. All right, guys, IBRX now is starting to come back here. IBRX is starting to come back. Yeah, it's probably like an old cached support page, Coco. I know they were trying to have some kind of an app, but I think that's probably just old. Okay, guys, IBRX. This could be another little mini run in it. Okay. Oh, I see why you were talking about the ANVS. It got halted, and wow, what a move! What a move! Yeah. What was it halted at? It was halted at. Okay, that was a news halt. Okay, so that was an hour-long news halt for ANVS. Wow. So it got halted at 15 and it opened. It got as high. Well, it got as high as 20. Well, come on, IBRX, move. Yeah, I'm not loving it right now, guys. The IBRX, the I mean, there's the VWAP. Okay, 934 is the VWAP, so it's got to hold that VWAP, in my opinion. There's the original AI alert at 929. Okay, guys, I took myself. Well, not quite. Okay, I'm just watching this PHG. It's basically where I shorted it. Yeah, I did see that that was one of the. I didn't put anything the economic indicators in today because that was the only one I saw. I didn't really think it would make that much of a difference, so I didn't put it in there. But you're talking about the Dallas Fed manufacturing survey. Well, it hasn't affected the market. Hasn't affected the market yet at all. So okay, as I said, taking myself out of the PhD. I'm basically flat on it. I just don't like the way it's trading. I wanted it to be way more dynamic by now. So I might look at it later on in the day. Why won't your? It's hard for me to know, trader. Very hard for me to know. Why won't your paper trades fill? Well, let's take a look at. Let me get Brokerage Plus up and running. So, okay, so you are using Brokerage Plus, okay, and are you in the right account? I mean, I don't. I have no idea why they're not filling. You clicked on simulation. Let me back this out. So when you load Brokerage Plus, it probably says not connected. You click on Sim. It should change to TI paper trading. Did it do that? Okay. Now, so I'll click on an alert or any symbol. I'll just click on any symbol, and I just have to do this off screen because if I click on it now, this window will disappear behind my layout. Okay, I don't want that. So if I click on the AQST, okay. Okay, so I click on AQST. Here it is. Okay, and I'll buy 500 shares. Buy 500 shares. I click buy and then send. And let's see if it's working there. Okay, so it works. So I don't know why it's not working. I have no idea for you. Did you see what I did though? Did you try to pick a certain price or something and did not get a fill? But do what I do. Do what I did right there. Make sure you can get a market fill. Okay, doesn't have to be AQST, but some trade. Okay, okay, because it's impossible for me to know why. Okay, good. Well, it's not been a it's actually been a fairly fast morning now. PHHC, I missed it. Ugh, missed it. I wanted this one over 15, but okay, guys, I am now going to go over my homepage. Okay, so bear with me as I put my homepage link in and talk a little bit about trade ideas. Usually I do this around 10:20, but a little bit later today, Eastern time, of course, all times Eastern. And so if you're looking for my scans, I will get to that section soon. But if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And going to our website seems to rev my computer up. Anyway, here is a promo code you can use. Okay, you'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas using Barry 25. Okay, and if you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. This will run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, 10 short videos, important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. 10 short videos. Okay. But before I leave this page, all I ask is this: if you decide at some point in time to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This is a free room. And the way we keep it free is if you use my promo code, then the room gets credit for the subscription. Okay. And that's how we keep the room free. Now, if you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. It is free. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. You can sign up for it here. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. Let's see if it even triggered. It was the trade of the week was ACVA. Let's see if it triggered. I don't think it triggered. What's this handle right there? That's 930. Yeah, so it did not trigger, guys. So if you get the email, you'll see what Steve says. He says, this triggers if it hits 1840. Okay. Well, you can see the high of that candle right there was 1832. So it did not trigger. So it's not bad. It's so far it's a nothing. Nothing has happened. Okay. Okay. Now, educate. I don't understand what you mean. Andre, it is a toggle. Okay. Andre, in our YouTube room, it's a toggle. So when you click on get trade, he's asking, how do I take on a monthly? So instead of a yearly. So if you click on the get trade ideas, this is a toggle, monthly, annual. Okay. So just click there and now you're in monthly. Okay. It's just a toggle. Now you're annual. Now you're monthly. Okay. Okay. Make sure you got that before I move on. Don't use this promo code, obviously. Okay. This is the promo code. Use the Barry 25. Okay, perfect. Use the Barry 25. That'll credit the room then for the subscription. Where was I? So Trading 101. Now, education section. If you click on the education section, you will see we've got a big user guide here. There's our user guide. A lot of information here. As I always say, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, but I would, the getting started for sure. If you want more detail about what an alert window is, a top list window is, these two right here. I use price alerts all the time, but again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. excuse me, getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Monday, so it should be Chris Varley. I'll confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris before I take my break. Hello, Brian. First day on TI website. Okay. Any questions, you can ask me. This is a trading room, but it's a support room at the same time. Okay. So don't be shy. You can ask me questions. Last, if you're looking for my scans, okay, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down this middle section. These are the scans that I am currently sharing. Give me one moment. Okay, guys, the IBRX did not work for me again. I was in about high like 938. It got up into the 940s, wanting it to break through. So I took myself out, basic base, well, a little under flat, 935. So I might look at it again later on. Give me one moment. Okay, so here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, the pre-market active is up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. Now, this pre-market actives up is going to look very, very now similar to this. Okay, the relative strength leaders from the close, because what I'm looking for in the pre-market actives up, the biggest moves from the previous day's close. This is the just the reverse, of course. Pre-market actives down. This is the Halts resumes that you see here. Not sometimes this is very active, not as active today. Um, I also have on my other monitors that you cannot see, not hiding them. It's just that I want to not overwhelm the main monitor with all the scans that I'm sharing, but I'm also sharing the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. This is what it kind of looks like. You can see not too many alerts in each one, which is what I like. This is the abnormal option activity scan. Again, not too many. This one, man, oh man, this is the combo scan here, the bottom right. Not getting too many alerts over the last, quite frankly, over the last several weeks. It's tough to get an alert here because there are a lot of filters in place that really restrict. Usually, I like to see maybe getting 4 or 5 a day, but just not getting too many. So again, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have all these scans up and running, but I do have a lot of scans here that I am sharing. Okay. Well, just as we speak, and we're getting one now in the combo scan. It might be a little bit too extended, though. Yeah, it might be a little too. This is an AI alert for us also in our AI. I wanted this one. I really did want this one, but the spread was a little tough at times. See, the spread is now starting to tighten up a bit. 44.60. That's not terrible for a $52 stock. This is what you're seeing here. This blue screen here is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. But it's moving. SLNO. It's a yeah, I mean, it's really moving now. Now, red line you see, that is the next high on the daily chart, okay? Yeah, I mean, this is a weekly chart, but if I took my daily chart and expanded it, this is what it would look like. You would see a high of a daily this week right here, February this year. That looks like so it's coming right into that high, 53.91 or so. Okay, Shady BOF. Let's take a look at Shady and BOF and it triggered for him. Let's see what the trigger price was. 215. So he's long this one, 250. Wow, it's got room, of course. Had a lot of room, lots of room. This is pretty interesting, actually. And his stop is at two 190. So pretty wide stop. 215. So 25-cent stop. Could it move 50 cents? Sure. To the next high. Low float, 3.24 million in the float. The AI, okay, Brian. So the question in our YouTube room: does the AI work on any stock or only small caps? Any stock, as long as it meets the filter requirements. It doesn't. It's not discerning over. It doesn't just look at small caps. I mean, look at the SLNO as an example. Okay, well, it depends what you mean by a small cap. I mean, you're right. I mean, this is not like a huge market cap, but there's SLNO. The trigger was 50.36. I mean, it's not like a massive, not a big cap. Obviously, multiply 30 million by 50, but it's not just looking at like little stocks all the time. Give me a moment, guys. Wow, look at this now. That got kicked. This was not available for me to short on Interactive Brokers. It was not available. I took a quick look, but not available. Unfortunately, look at this big move up to almost 20, right back down to 11. So so this got halted because of news. Ah, there you go. Efficacy and the endpoint was not reached. So initially, it looked like it was going to be ripping higher, Alzheimer's play, but nope. A real cheap one, guys. Unsee, UNCY, but coming into potential resistance, so I'm not interested. And if you're wondering, well, why did I bring it up? I have no idea. Well, I know why. I got alerted in my momentum scan, so I won't know until I click on it what I'm going to see, of course. So that's why, but I don't like it. All right, guys. Now, just briefly about what Trade Ideas is all about, people who are new. So, what I'm showing here, this is an alert window. Okay, that's why I had. There's your HWH. Give me a moment. So it's right at this high, guys, right at that high. So there is a big level for to try to get through that 257. You can see right there on the daily, and it's probably a low float. Yeah, 2 million in the float. Yeah, guys, disappointing. I'm hearing my computer revving up a lot more than it should be, I think, but I might have to do a reboot. All right. Well, let me get it back to my description about what Trade Ideas is all about. So we are a scanner. A lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners, but we are a real-time alert scanner. So what do I mean by that? If I right-click on this alert window and click on Configure, and then click on the summary. So this is telling me what this scan is looking for. Ooh. So here's the screening aspect, okay? If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Okay, just trying to show you the concept of building a scan. And so you always start off with filters, and then if all these filter values are met, and in this particular case, my alert is a real time high of the day. Okay, so you can just see right there, MYGN is making a new high of the day. 10:54 plus 12 seconds. These are all real-time alerts. So at 1914, so MYGN met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, that's how that works. These are all real-time alerts. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, I am sharing it on my homepage. But of course, if you don't like it exactly the way it is, for instance, you might not like the price range, maybe something else you don't like about it, you can always adjust it, of course. If you get used to using Trade Ideas and you see all the other filters that we've got, you might want to, you could add one or take one out, up to you. But if you like it the way it is, this is what I'm sharing on my homepage. And what I'm using here is my trigger is a new high of the day. But of course, there are a lot of others. So if you wanted to create your own scan, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. And you can see right here, these are the real-time alerts that we've got. So the two most popular by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But if I scroll down, you'll see all these icons that represent real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these these are the filter icons. But again, you do not have to learn them all, okay? The only reason we have so many is that with When the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course they had to create all sorts of different real-time alerts and give me a moment and filters to satisfy, the thousands of customers that we had with all the different types of trading styles out there. Okay? So that's the reason why we have so many. But again, you don't have to learn them all. A lot of people look at this and go, man, this is way too complicated. How am I going to learn them all? Well, again, the good news is you don't have to. Now, some ask me, well, why don't I use these other ones? The reason I don't use them is because for my trading style, this is what I need. Okay, this is what I need. Your trading style could be very different from mine, and that's why we have again a lot of different real time alerts and filters. Oops. All right, I thought maybe this was a Bitcoin mining excuse me operation, but it is not. AR. Just give me a moment. But it is not. It is a miner, a true miner out of where are they out of? My hometown, Vancouver. Okay, a lot of mining companies in Vancouver. All right, guys. PhD is starting to move down now. Now, I am an intraday trader. Okay, day trader, intraday trader. So my number one goal, and I think if you are the same, if you're an intraday trader, your number one goal is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. This window right here, this screen right here, the relative strength leaders from the close percent, this will help you zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, again, this DCPH is showing up at the top all the time, but it's a buyout. But if I look, look at SLNO. So what is abnormal about this SLNO, other than the fact that it's up 39%? I mean, that's obviously abnormal. But what's abnormal about it is look at the relative volume, number one, 31 times normal relative volume. Our relative volume filter, very powerful filter, and it looks at the time of day. So right now it's about 11 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. This is trading, with an algorithm in place that compares what it did over the last 10 days, 30 days, etc. 31 times that. Okay. So obviously that is abnormal. So it's not a matter of the absolute volume of 1.6 million, but is that abnormal? Yes, it is. Secondly, it's option volume. Now I'm not an option trader, but I like to use and I'll go over the option filters for those of you who do trade options. So look at this, 1,700. It is traded so far 1,725 contracts a day. Big deal. What does that mean? Is that abnormal? Well, this is filter right there telling me that is 342% of normal times normal. In other words, 3.4 times normal. Okay, so coupled with the actual volume and also its option volume, this is what makes this one really abnormal. So that's a stock that, we should be following. It happened to also be an AI alert. Okay, so if you're looking for stocks that are trading abnormal, just this window alone, if that's all you looked at all day long, this will at least, help you zero in on the stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, it doesn't mean just because you see a stock that the symbol that you trade it, right now. I mean, you look at this one is just awful right now looking, I mean, with the topping tails and bottoming tails, but maybe it'll set up later on in the day. Maybe you're the type of trader that if it moves down to some kind of a moving average that you like, maybe the VWAP that you like. There's all sorts of different styles of trading, of course. But I mean, again, this window will show you stocks that are trading abnormally. Another one will be the breakouts, the 10-day daily breakouts. Not too many alerts. What I like about most of the scans that I create, I try to put some pretty tough filters in place so that I'm not going to get overwhelmed by alerts. No, I was born in Montreal, Cafe. But I lived in Vancouver for a long time now. So where can you find the scanner for the relative strength leaders? Right here. Meaning, give me a moment. So if you go to my homepage, so if you go to my homepage and you click on the alert, on the link, sorry, on the link, and you'll be brought to this page. Just scroll down until you see these are my scans. And I just abbreviated. It's called relative strength leaders. Okay, I didn't add from the close percent, but that's what it is right there. Okay, along with all the other scans that I am currently sharing. But the question is, where is the relative strength leader scan? And it's right there. It's not actually. I mean, it's technically it's not a scanner. It's a top list, but so it's a topless window showing you. This is, this COD, CAUD. This is a real cheap one. I don't typically trade stocks under a dollar. All right, guys. So again, if you're new to the rooms, I moderate two rooms: the YouTube room and then what I call the main room. I mean, they're both the same. They see my screen, both see my screen, hear me. YouTube is not quite as active in terms of participants. There are a lot more active participants in the main trading room. And I'll just put in the link for the main room. I can just, you can take your pick, whatever room you want to be in. Yeah, that doesn't happen very often. It's a little embarrassing because that was at the. Sometimes you'll see the AI will have the same symbol triggered, and it could be one long and one short, but usually it's not exactly at the same time. So I don't know what happened there. We had one last week, I think. There was a long alert for a stock, and then 2 hours later, it was a short alert. But by that time, it had already moved higher. So that made a lot more sense. Why is Trade Ideas not commercialized in different languages? We do have different languages. I have, but I can't tell you. Can't remember what they are, but we do have Trade Ideas in different languages. Ugh, look at the IBRX now. Well, that's why I got out, guys. I mean, I didn't get stubborn and think, it's got to work. I just wish I had shorts now available for it. So this is a gap down in reversal play, guys. This is Deutsche Bank. It actually was a pretty good earnings release. I think it was an earnings release. Yeah, April 25th, right here. You can see right there, April 25th. And it released earnings, market hour as well. Anyway, good reaction to earnings. You can see that red line got right into a daily high and stopped, trying to come back a bit. This is again, I do have my gap. Let me explain a couple of things. I mentioned that we do have some option filters. For those of you who trade options, we do not scan for options, okay? But I have been told, I don't trade options, but I have been told by those who do trade options that this can help a little bit. So if I right click on this alert window and I click on configure and I click on search, now I'll type in options, okay? Or typing in options. So these are the option filters that we do have, okay? So we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio, option volume today, put and call volume today. Now this first option volume says contracts. That is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. So used in conjunction with this one, option volume today percent. So for instance, if a stock on average over the last 10 days, say it's traded 5,000 contracts, and you use this filter here, option volume today, so you add the filter and you put 300 in, 300% or a ratio of 3. For you to see that stock that is traded on average 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for you to see it today, you will have to trade at least 15,000 contracts 3 times. Okay? So at least it helps you zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. Now, whether that helps you trade the option or not, I've been told that it can. Okay. So because if you're good, but again, this is just what I've been told. Some have said to me, yeah, that helps. At least it tells me what stocks I should be looking at that are trading abnormally option wise. Okay. Yeah, Robbie. So there's a stop column. There's a stop column right there, stop price. Okay. So if you don't see that in our AI, you just have to add the column. Okay. And there's a stop column right there. So if I right click and click on columns and I scroll down a bit, it's all alphabetical. I click on stop price, left click it over. It's already there. So I don't have to do that. But then you'll see the stop price all the time right there. Okay. There's a question in our YouTube room. Yeah, we don't support automation of the AI anymore for quite a while now. Okay, and I'm answering Robbie in our YouTube room. Did you get that? Okay, guys. Well, PHG working now, starting to drift down. Oh boy, this is the one I missed. PAHC. See, look at the spread now. The spread is right now anyway. It's okay. 55, 61, not terrible. When I was looking at it last at around 15, it was about a 20-cent spread. but I lost sight of it, unfortunately. PhD, though, I did not. So what is the spy doing? Okay, so now we're getting into potential uh-oh territory. I'm just looking to see this week, can we defend 500? So we did get up to 510, and then the sellers took over, and they're still in control for a bit, but choppy day so far in the spy. From time to time, I'm struggling to load windows or layouts from the cloud. It does nothing when I click load. So what is okay? So I think I know what you're talking about. Now, every now and then, if I try to load something from the cloud, no, not that one anyway. Um, One of my scanners. Okay, well, let's take a look at one of my scanners. Okay, it shouldn't matter, but let me just take a look at one of my scanners. So okay, so here we are. So here one of my scans. So let's say I wanted to load this one, the relative strength leaders. So you click on Open Scan, a new tab. I can't remember. It might overwrite this one or create a new one. I guess it's your option. Okay, so there it is. It's here. Here's my link. Here's the link for it. Copy it. So now I've copied it. I'll move off. File load from cloud. There's the link right there, and I'll load it. And it was fine for me. It loaded on another monitor, but there it is. Okay. So I don't know what to maybe just do a account reset. A couple, maybe that'll help. There's nothing wrong with the scans. So in terms of loading them, okay. I just wanted to make sure there was nothing wrong. Yeah, I don't do it that way ever. Did you see what I did? Just so what? Yeah, just copy the link. Yeah, copy the link in the new tab, and once that link is copied, you should see it. File load from cloud. You should see it filled in the box right here. Okay. Now, if you don't, you'll have to paste it in. But if you've done it correctly, this box will be filled with that link, and then just say load. Oh, this was such a good one, guys. The PAHC, such a good one. Well, Tesla guys, Tesla's on the move, isn't it? I can tell because I'm getting an alert on the TSLZ, which is a short, and it's moving down. So it's a short. Well, so look what's happening. So this is what you can buy if you thought Tesla was going to move down in price, you could buy this one. This would be moving higher. But look at Tesla. Just a fabulous, fabulous move off the bottom of last week, which was whoops. Yeah, I'm sorry, which was 138 or so, 138.80, 190 now. Okay, as long as it worked, Rob. Sometimes, yeah, it's difficult to know why some of these things happen, and okay, guys. I don't know. Anybody have shorts for ANVS? Because if you did, look at this move down now for ANVS. I had no shorts available. If you've got now, when you say you've got a ton of stuff open, Rob, I'm talking to Rob in our main room. Are you talking about trade ideas stuff or just in general stuff? Yeah. So I would, first of all, don't get so overloaded with having so many things from trade ideas up and running, especially top lists. Okay. The reason being is that top lists can really slow down your system if you have a bunch of them open. And this is just a top list, remember? And if I could click on time frame and set the record count, notice I've got this only at 20. Okay. Now that's very low because I don't want to see more than 20 in here. But yes, you can have 1,000 in here, but if you have 1,000 and you've got maybe 3 or 4 top list windows open, your system could really bog down. There's no reason to have 1,000. I would probably max it out at 100, even 50. I mean, there's no reason why anybody would need 50 symbols in a top list window. So if you click on one of your top list windows, right click on it and click on time frame or hover over time frame, this is the box that'll show up. And then click on set record count. That's going to tell you how many it's looking at. Okay. And if it's, I personally would not put more than 50. Nobody needs more than 50 symbols to take a look at. Okay. But also, just out of curiosity, how many if you click on, that little no, wrong one. So if you click on I mean, mine's red. I mean, it should I don't really know why. But anyway, if you click on that little, kinda graph, this will tell you how many windows you've got open, how many alert windows, how many top list windows. All the scans that I'm sharing, I do not have them all open. It's just that, all sorts of different trading styles, and I've created a lot of different scans over the 14 years I have been a subscriber, and so I'm sharing some of them. So in a top list window, right click, and then hover down to time frame. You can click on time frame. Typically, if you just hover down, this box will pop open, and then if you see set record count, click on that, and that's going to tell you how many symbols it's trying to almost load every 30 seconds into your top list window. So the question good. Well, again, PHG knocked me out the first time, but so the question is, what do I look for when a stock gets halted? Okay, well, on the first halt only, let's take a look at. This is not going to be a great example because it did not, but let's pretend. Okay, look at ZVSA. Okay, got halted at 528, but that got halted on the way down. Imagine it got halted on the way up. No, I know. Shouldn't we've alerted the development to that, Papa J on the poet. It's okay to have a long and a short, but not the same time, obviously. I was mentioning last week we had one long for a stock, and then almost 2 hours later, it said, "Well, we now think you should short it." When it was, excuse me, had a nice run. So I think that's fine. But so again, and this is, this is what I do on a halt resumes the first time. It's, this is no, it's risky. But if ZVSA if this weren't a red bar, like, had been say a green bar, got halted on the way up, say it's 611, and then when it opened, maybe it popped a little bit above 611, and then it came back down through 611, and then it moved above 611 again. That is sometimes where I'll take a trade. Okay. Wow. Now this is working great. The PHG. This is what I wanted to see. Well, it's halted again. It is halted again. Now the ANVS, this time on the way up, low float. So again, this is, what's happening now. Okay, you're getting bottom fissures. The data they presented is not good. Okay, it missed the endpoint. I mean, that's what they're saying. I mean, they're not. This is not like fake news or anything like that. But there is the news. You missed the endpoint. So I can see now why it had the initial pop, because when you start reading this, it starts saying that, the phase 2/3 trial produced significantly higher rate of improvement, et cetera. But and that's the but. But another endpoint examined was not met with no significant difference. Then you put but, so that is what caused the absolute collapse. And Adam Feuerstein, he also dumped on it. Okay. I remember on sales training 101, if you're talking, you never say but. Never ever say but. Use some other word. Because the minute you say but to somebody when you're trying to explain, and especially if you're trying to, I don't know, correct, or the minute you say but to people, it immediately elicits a reaction. Even if you say however, but don't use but. Wow, look at Tesla now. I mean, it could easily challenge 200 again. 6 makes a lot. Sir, I know, sir makes a lot. Yes, I know. Where's the X and the R? No excuse for mixing up the X and the R. They're not beside each other. Boy, Tesla's obviously moving higher because I'm seeing all these short Tesla ETFs moving down. They're both on a keyboard. You're right, but they're well spaced. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. I mean, look at these are all short ETFs designed for Tesla. Now, typically, what you do is if you think the stock itself is going down, you buy these, okay? Because these would be moving higher, sort of the inverse. But look at them all; they're just getting crushed here. Well, crushed. They're moving down. Okay, guys, I'm out of everything now. The PHG was nice, but the minute it started moving back to 27, took it out. So I'm not short that anymore. So now I'm just waiting 11:28, another half an hour for me for my break. Not Michael, Chris should be taking over for me. I will put, and I'll just ping him to see if he for sure for today. And the answer is yes, sir. So Chris will be taking over for me in about half an hour in our YouTube room. I think it's always a good idea to head over to YouTube when I take a break. We have 5 days of the week, five different traders. We all have different trading styles. Okay, so I think it's a good idea. I can help, Jeremy. It depends on what you're looking for. There may be another trader that has. Now, if you're looking for, but it depends what you're looking for. Okay, so if you describe what you're looking for, I may be able to help. Okay, Jeremy. Question is, what's the best way to get help building out scanners? Depends what you are looking for. Remember, I have scanners that I'm sharing. You may be able to take one of mine and kind of customize it, maybe to a different price range or volume, things like that. But all depends on what you're looking for. We also have scanners. If you click on new from our toolbar and click on docked channel bar, these are, oops, on my other monitor it popped up. These are all theme-based channels, okay? And if you click on show more, you'll see them all. These are all theme-based channels. There may be something in there that you like. But if you put down what you're looking for, it's possible I'll be able to help you. If not, maybe one of the other traders will. Okay. So with the reversal in Bitcoin, guys, so there's Mara, big reversal off the bottom here. And Riot will probably have done exactly the same thing. Oh no, there's no specific time, Jeremy. Anytime. Again, this is a trading room, but it's a support room also. And then, of course, between 12 and 1 in Eastern time in our YouTube room, again, one of the other traders takes over. You can always ask one of the other traders also, but anytime is good. It's not after hours. Now, if you're asking, well, I'm trying to make this scan quote unquote better, that's a different story. Using our back tester and all that. I can answer questions like, if you had a scan and you say, well, I'm getting too many alerts, or I'm not getting enough alerts, or, I look at your filters. And for instance, if you're an intraday trader and you've got, say, the average volume over the last 5 days or 10 days or 30 days as a filter, I would suggest taking those things out. But it all depends on what you're trying to do, of course, how you're trying to tweak it. Maybe take a look at Hope, guys. Hope is now just under 10, which is, significant to me. Big 944 on the weekly chart. This is an earnings play. Hope Bancorp. This is an earnings play. And this is, yeah, underneath 10 now through the 200-day moving average today. And, 10 is a pretty psychological number to break. All right, ARLP showed up in the combo scan, and it does have some room. Okay. I cannot trade that one, guys. I was trying to take the trade. This is one of the few ones that, well, I mean, I'm in Canada, and it's talking about, I might have, there might be tax and all that. And this is because I guess it's one of these limited partnerships. So I cannot, I'm not going to trade this one. I've only had one or two other ones that give me that message. So I just steer clear of them. Okay, Jeremy. Yeah, go. No problem. And at the very least, info at trade-ideas.com. You can always put in the parameters that you've got. What would help is a cloud link, also a cloud link to it, so other traders can take a look. This goes into a general email, but maybe if you label it "need help with scanner" or something like that. This arguably, guys, was the best one that I saw today, but I'm not in. The PAHC. Once it's kind of settled down over 15 and the spread tightened, I mean, it's been a pretty solid move. Now, this is shortable for me also. PAHC is shortable for me. So, why do I even look at it as a potential short? Well, you see that red line on my daily chart. It looks like around 1588 is the next high on my daily chart. Now, if I scrolled back on my daily chart, I would see a daily candle right up there. And how to get that red line? Unfortunately, the only way to get that red line, and it's nothing you can do, I mean, there's no option for it, is if I click on something from a multi-strategy window. So if I click on something from a multi-strategy window, sorry, multi-strategy window right there, I will get that red line. So if I click on ALCC, you see there's the red line right there. That's telling me that is the next high looking left. I keep, again, I don't know why. You can only get it from a multi-strategy window and not from just a regular alert window because that's all it is. It's just an alert. But above my pay grade, as they say. So, sorry, I was on mute. Sorry about that. So when you say lens was is frozen, do you mean it's frozen on your screen, or do you mean it's just not trading very much? Because if it's frozen on your screen, I just reloaded it again just to see. You have to just have to do a refresh. So again, it depends what you mean by frozen. Yeah, look at the SPY now, guys. There's the low of the day right there, as William was saying. There's the low in the pre-market. I'll stick an alert there. See if it see if the low in the pre-market holds it. Well, guys, I'm actually looking at this as a potential short now. PAHC coming into that high, coming into 16, and also that 1588. It's a strong, excuse me, it is a strong stock. But there are a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers anyway, 1.22 million. So certainly there are a lot of shorts available. And there's your rug pull now for HWH. Again, we're not seeing a lot of, this was a tough one anyway, I think, a lot of topping tails and bottoming tails, but just not seeing a lot of trend following in these cheap ones that I'm seeing anyway. Well, I guess we should just all buy Tesla and I mean, what a run today. All because, well, no, this is not the news. I mean, I guess China said that, well, the report out of China that they're looking at allowing, I still don't see this is the news, okay? So Tesla's Model 3 and Model Y clear China's data security hurdle for self-driving, auto driving, self-driving. So that was the reason today for this big, big pop up for Tesla. Okay, guys, maybe pay attention to a CNDT now. CNDT. Maybe pay attention to CNDT now. Again, this had news, put Microsoft and AI in the press release. It is now again through the 200-day moving average. In the pre-market, it got up to over $4. Trying to move here. The next hot. I mean, listen, if it took out 335, that could get it running. That's the high of. There are two candles, two highs right there. So I will put an alert at around 335 and see if it takes it out. Now you'll notice that our AI, which was long IBRX early, and if you had been able to get it, it was the entry was 929. Probably could not have got it at 929, but you got it maybe 950, and before it pulled back, got up to 1050. Now it's dropping, but another strategy within our AI is suggesting a bounce play for this. Okay, 833, suggesting a bounce play. So yeah, guys, I would definitely keep an eye on this CNDT in case it can take out, say, 335. Well, this was what scan did it show up from? Well, okay, we knew about it, of course, in the pre-market. So I mean, any sort of pre-market work that you would have done, you would have seen this pop. Okay, and so what I did is I thumbnailed it on another chart. Okay, because I didn't want to miss it in case it decided that it wanted to come back. So I happened to glance over on one of my on my other monitor where I have some of my thumbnail charts, and I saw that little move here. Okay, and because of the press release that they put out, with Microsoft and AI in the press release, I was surprised it had as big a pullback as it did. Boy, oh boy, these Tesla short ones just getting beaten up because Tesla is moving higher. So I am intrigued by the IBRX to see if it does have that bounce. Ever has AI ever alerted large cap stocks in the past? I think Nvidia. The problem is that they don't. Well, I mean, Tesla, of course, is making some big moves, but typically no. Just because of the filters that are involved, and they just don't usually don't trigger. It's not. It's a bias against, but typically, they just don't meet the filter requirements. I don't think, but there's nothing. Let me just ask the question. I don't think there is. Michael Nossel, no. All right, guys. Well, I may have to do a reboot of my when I'm on my break. Okay, I might do a reboot of my computer at the very least. Rebooting trade ideas. I don't know what's going on. Why it's we seem to have a bit of a fix for it, but I don't know. So what time is it now? 11:48. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in, and you guys can head over. Michael, Chris is not there yet, but he should be there in about 10 minutes while I take my break. How would I determine what a good stop loss would be on IBRX? Well, if you're following the AI, I mean, I wouldn't personally. To me, it's just way too big a stop. But I mean, the AI is suggesting if you took this trade, okay, right now, the AI has a stop at 758. Okay, that's a pretty big stop though for me. You might even maybe the low of the previous 5 minute candle or 15-minute candle. But if you follow the AI exactly, it's suggesting a stop at 758. And the other thing is, if I can find it. Yeah, you could also try our smart stop. Okay. If you can see, you may not be able to see, but there's a red dotted line on the 15-minute chart for IBRX. Okay. What that is saying is that if you took the trade right now, okay, at 8:39, there is a suggested stop at looks like around $8. Okay. This is generated automatically by our system. It takes the volatility of the previous 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, feeds those numbers in, and it generates a what's called a smart stop. You could try that. And the smart stop, of course, changes. I mean, again, it's the smart stop is based on getting in the trade right at the current price. If IBRX moved higher and higher and higher, it was way up here, and you clicked on the alert, it would have a much higher smart stop, if that makes sense. You know, it's always going to adjust to the current price. So all it's telling you is based on the current price. So for instance, if I click on ON, they're saying, okay, if you took the trade right now, 70.71, there is a suggested stop at 69.37. So that was my next step. So in order to see the smart stop, okay, if you right click on your chart, and it could be any chart, but I mean, you click on this chart if you only want to see it on, say, your intraday chart. But if you right click on it and go down to properties, and when you do that, the box should pop up and just check show smart risk levels. If you don't see it, that's more than likely, you see how it goes away. So if I right click properties and show smart risk levels, it's going to show up again. Okay. Why is it grayed out sometimes? Depends where you're clicking on it from. For instance, I noticed that if I click on it from our AI, it doesn't show that level. Okay. When you say grayed out, you mean the actual selection itself? Ah, that's why. Okay, that is it. Phew. Okay, so I don't know why, but when you click on an alert from our AI, it doesn't generate. Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me, Marty? When you click on something from the AI, okay, it is not selectable for whatever, I don't know why, but so the only way to get it is if you click on any other thing, any other symbol. So for instance, if I click on IBRX from here or any other scan that you've got other than the AI, it won't be grayed out. Okay. It's on my other monitor. Okay. That is the reason why I don't know. Why clicking on an AI alert, you're not getting the smart stop. Maybe it's because they want you to do is that they want you to use that stop. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. So there you go, guys. So that's not a bad alert from the AI. 833, 852 now. This is on a big pullback. So just another strategy within our AI. We had one earlier on that caught it when it moved up. Then we've got one that's catching it on the pullback. Okay, just give me a moment. Chris, I heard the little pop. So, guys, let's see. First of all, I have to put my announcement in. So, Chris is in our YouTube room now. I did put the YouTube link in. And let me put my announcement in. On break back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, so there's your announcement, guys. And so I'm putting myself on mute now. Okay, Chris is in our YouTube room right now. Oops. Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys in about an hour in the main room. And now, one more thing to do, Chris. Get rid of my music. Yeah, my computer. I don't know why today, but anyway, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Never Hi, how are you? Now, first of all, Chris has just joined our YouTube room. For those of you who don't know, Chris does work at Trade Ideas. Okay, so I'm just introducing you the proper way. Okay, so Chris can help you if you have some scanning questions, things like that. Yeah, Chris can help you. Chris is more of a swing trader than I am, but he also does intraday trading, and he will be around to entertain you until 1 o'clock Eastern time.
That is correct.
Now I can say hello, Chris. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Yourself?
Good. I'm going to have to do a reboot of my maybe my computer or Trade Ideas because I'm getting the whine again. So that's what I'm going to do right now.
All righty. Well, I'll make a screen swap and I will let you off to it.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
All right. We'll see you in a little bit, Barry. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So Barry making his way to a much-deserved break. I will settle on in here. And as Barry mentioned before, believe it or not, I do work here for Trade Ideas in the support department. I cover Mondays at noon weekly here in a rotation with some of the other gentlemen who are traders and work in support as well with Trade Ideas. For those that are new and for those that have been here, I apologize for always doing this, but I just like to reiterate that this is a open forum session here. There's no pre-done content. I don't have anything ahead of time that I specifically want to talk about. Looking for you folks to drive the content with your questions. Oftentimes questions you have are similar or the same as questions that other folks have. And they oftentimes open up a really good dialogue and a back and forth that gives that community vibe. We're all here learning, growing, and selfishly, I feel like it makes me better at my job when you folks are driving the content, making my brain's wheels turn and grind, getting you the answers that you so deserve. Of course, I don't know everything about the software. I know a lot. I don't know everything about everything. And if I don't know, I'll simply tell you I don't know, but give you an email address to hit me with to remind me of the question while I do some research and get you the best answer that I can. Marcus, hi, Chris. Marcus, we emailed this morning, relative volume, starting with a large universe, and you said be here today. Yes, I do recall the relative volume message this morning. So just to reiterate what I went over in that email, because I know things can get lost in context through email and things like that. So, and for those of you that don't know or trying to figure out and follow along, you emailed about how in the pre-market, the column of relative volume shows everything being a 1. And so relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market for us. It was decided long ago by the programmers and traders that started here with Trade Ideas that having relative volume included in the pre-market would skew the results of the regular hours. Now, let's keep in mind that, pre-market is obviously more active now than it was 20 years ago when this, was all coming to fruition here. So, I think that bears in mind something very important. However, if you have a scan that is using pre-market or is a pre-market scan and you have relative volume in there, it will block the data if you go higher than that default of 1. So for example, here, if you've got a 1, right there in the minimum column and it's pre-market scan, you'll get results. All right. However, if you put even a 1.1, it will block all results in the pre-market. But fear not, there is an alternative to this filter that you can use in the pre-market that works on a average volume, and that's the volume today % right here, this one. So this works on a 10-day average, and here's going to be some big differences with these two filters, but I don't think it makes one necessarily better than the other, really. Better becomes an opinion on many things. I think pepperoni pizza is the best. Other people hate pepperoni. Am I wrong or am they wrong? Well, of course they are, but that's neither here nor there. But I think you follow along with where I'm going with this. With all that said, so the volume % today works like this. It's a 10-day average, and 100 equals a stock has done its normal volume on the day, right? So if we see let's do it like this. Actually, I'm going to create a new top list, and I want to show a little better illustrated. So we're just going to come here. I'm going to create a very, very basic, simple top list. Stocks are at least $5. Traded at least, let's say, 1 million shares on the day. Volume percent today. Let me just find that filter. Volume today percent. We're going to show that column. I'm going to press OK, OK. And I'm going to bring this over, and we're going to expand it. And so what this is saying, so for example here, DCPH to this point is at 8,000% right now. That means it's done 80 times what it's normally doing for a day. Now it's a buyout, so maybe not the greatest of looks here, but we can see here how many shares have been traded. I'm surmising this is a buyout, by the way. I didn't look or anything like that. We can jump on to this next one here, TSLL. So it's a Tesla times 2 bull ETF, right? So to this point in the day, it's done its normal volume because 100 equals normal. And now it's doing 85% more than that normal volume since it's 185. You can't undo that. That'll never go away. Even if it stopped trading right this second, that's how much volume it's done. So if you've got something in the pre-market that, let's say, is done 10, 15, 20% of its normal volume for the entire day in the pre-market, likely there's something significant to take a look at there. Not always, and the same thing is said for the relative volume filter. On the flip side, the relative volume filter is reactionary. So I want to bring it back to this because this will be a good example of this, right? Again, a buyout, 421 times what it's normally doing, because this is working as a ratio, not as a percent. It's meaningless. Nobody's going to be really trading this, right? On a buyout like that. Again, I'm just surmising it's a buyout. Whether it is or isn't is irrelevant because it doesn't have any trading range. It's not going anywhere. And I think that's clear as day. But just to show, these little differences here, when we bring it back to this Tesla bull here, and on the flip side of this, we see that it is at 5.48 on the relative volume. Now, let's just say this stock completely stops trading, or ETF, whatever, the instrument. I think we all follow along. If it were to completely stop trading this very second, right, that means that this number will start to go down. Unlike this number, which can only go up, it can never go down. So this is reactionary in that regard here. And that's really the big difference between the two filters. Yes, the volume today percent is active in the pre-market. So you can use this in the pre-market here. So one thing I do, instead of scanning on this based on like a value, so like here's let me find it, and I'll share it with you folks. I've got something, I think I do. Pre-market percent volume. Nice low first percent. Darn, I thought I had a scan. Maybe I deleted it because I don't do any scanning in the pre-market anyways. I don't care. I guess I must have deleted it. All right, but this is what I would do. I'm just going to show with this top list here for the pre-market. Instead of coming in here into the configure and giving this a value and saying, oh, I only want to see stocks that have a minimum of 20% traded of their normal day or something like that, I would sort on this column instead 2 different ways. I would, first I would build out the rest of the scan. Let's say I'm scanning in the pre-market and I want to see stocks that are over $1 and they traded at least, 50,000 shares, right? Because it's pre-market. So, something might just be getting revved and we want to see it, on the earlier side of things like that. I would then sort based on the volume percent today. So I'd come to the sort and select it there. If it's not in the sort here, come to search. You'd find it, volume. Here we go, volume today percent, sort by, bang, there it is. I would then make sure I have it as a column here, right? We've got it as a column selected there. Again, if it wasn't found here to be selected, in the search, you'd highlight it, show column, bang, now it's there. So that's step 1. And now this is going to show me all the stocks that meet the volume that I put in there and the price limit. And then it's going to take the top volume done stocks and bring them onto the scan first. Then you have the display sort, which is this here. And see how I can double click these headers at the top? And it's going to order them based on that column, actually. And I could go either way with it. So I could show the ones with the most volume today. So the first it brings on the ones with the most volume. Now I'm ordering them by volume in descending order. Or I could even flip it the other way. I can see the ones that have done the least amount based on all this today too. And so in the pre-market, you don't have to go crazy looking and scanning and coming up with something really fancy, because in the pre-market, there's only going to be a handful of stocks you're going to be interested in anyways, right? It's not like, during the regular session, you could have a day where there's like, 15, 20 stocks that are in play at one time. And then, half those go out and different 7 or 8 stocks come into play later on. You're not generally finding stuff like that in the pre-market. It's going to be 1 or 2 stocks in play, and they may go out, and another 1 or 2 might come in, and maybe none come in. It's never going to be like 30 stocks all at once in the pre-market. Like, oh my God, look at all this action in the pre-market. That just does not happen. So with this here, you're just saying it's got to meet these simple criterias of some X amount of shares traded on the day to make sure people are interested in trading the damn thing, right? Because you could have something trades 10 shares a day, and all of a sudden today it trades 20 shares. I mean, that's double the volume it's ever done. It's 20 shares, so no one cares, right? So you want some kind of share limit in there. Obviously, the price limit, everybody's going to have a price range that they want for the most part anyways. And then you order them by this volume column here. And then you're seeing where the most action is. And, the most action you're going to find in that top 10, maybe 15 that are there. And, it's really going to point you in that direction. So, all right, I just went over a lot of stuff. I know there's some things that came in here to the chat column, so let me catch up with all of that. So we just went over that whole relative volume thing. Can I filter Universe 7,000 stocks, all blah, 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 or is that too many instruments? I'm not sure what you mean. Can you filter all set? Like, if we come right-click into configure and we come to exchanges, I've got all the exchanges checked here, right? I don't have Pink's OTC, BOTC, OTC, QB, OTC, QX. I don't have any of that. It's selected here. But, I'm looking at all this entire market of stocks here. And then, I'm filtering based on this in the scan. Now, there are some limits. For example, on the top list, we have what's called a record count. So if we right-click, go to time frame. If I go to set record count, that means the top 100 stocks based on the server sort that we just discussed will populate the scan, and then the display sort orders them from there. You could bring this up to 1,000. That's the max. But here's what I'm going to tell people. Before you run out and say, let me put 1,000 stocks on there. Realistically, can you look at it? Can you do this, put 1,000 stocks on here, and then start scrolling through 1,000 stocks and realistically day trade and make, you know what I mean? Like, how are you going from this stock here to this stock way down here? You know what I mean? Like, realistically, and the 998 in between those. That's number one. Be realistic. Number two, the more top lists you have with higher record counts, you're going to end up slowing your whole machine down. My computer's, it's an okay computer. It's nothing, grandiose special or anything like that. So me doing something like this is probably going to make my computer not too happy right now. People with really robust machines, really robust connections and things like that, you get away with this a little bit more. It's not just going to be based on top lists what happens. It's based on how many charts you have, races, alert windows, how active all these windows are, how many indicators you have on your charts. All those things are going to play a role in this whole puzzle of putting together a layout. So just ask people, be realistic. The flip side on alert windows, the alert window will only hold 1,000 entries. So if your alert window gets to 1,001 entry of an alert happening, the first alert will be kicked out of there. You won't see it in the historical, scrolling back on historical anymore. So, that's what, as far as that goes. But you can tell a scan to look at the entire market. Absolutely. And generally speaking, unless you just have a basket of stocks you want to be scanning, you should be looking at the whole market. And the filters and the alerts of the scan are going to narrow it down to what just meets that criteria. So there's that. Again, let me start catching up here. Mike C., what is happening? How are you? We covered his volume today, active pre-market. We said yes. So the volume today uses a cone for its coloring. And let me bring that back up again because I just kicked that out. But give me 1 second here. Let's bring that over here. Let's do this again. Let's do 5. And essentially the cone works like this. Start off, I think it goes, green. No, sorry. Okay. It goes this black to start, right? And then it starts to fill this blue cone as it goes to, I think, the 50, then a purple above the 50. And it continues like that. And it each continues to grow. And, you can see the green coming in here into the thousands like that. So just a cone, essentially, you can adjust some of this stuff. You can adjust some of the coloring here on some of this here. I don't think you can change the graphical indicator on this. Yeah, no, you can't change the graphical indicator on that at all. But that's all that is. It's a cone that it grows based on where you're at in the percentages of things. And the cone grows and fills the whole screen essentially as it gets over certain percentages. I don't really have anything, Michael, premium up here, except this is the Holly window. Everything else is just basic. These are basic charts. I should probably let me put up browser charts. They like it when I have the browser charts up. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of the browser charts because I don't like all this stuff here and whatever else. I like my old charts, but there's nothing wrong with the browser ones. It's just, I have my preferences. But anyways, let me put that up there so we can see, all the single stock stuff there. It's not necessary for me. But other people love it. By all means, love it. I do like the picture-in-picture charts, though, I got to say. Those are quite nice. All right, so that's that. But that's the only premium thing that I have up here. I don't have, I don't put indicators on my charts. I don't have, Holly stuff up here. I don't have AI stuff. Show AI trade, show smart levels. I can put that stuff on here. I like my charts very clean. I don't want anything on my charts extra. VWAP and an 8 EMA on an intraday chart, my period low of 20, my multi-period low 20 on my daily charts. That's it. I don't need moving averages and all this other fancy stuff. And there's time and places for those for everybody. And those times and places for those were in my past for me. All right, so I think we've covered that. What is the maximum amount of stocks I can include in such a scan? I think we kind of covered as far as the top list goes, 1,000. I would highly recommend against it, but it's a free country or whatever. You're paying for the software, use it how you see fit. Just know that the higher you increase the set record count, this is in reference to Marcus, the higher you go with that, the slower you're going to have everything running on you. That's just the give and take of life. You got to think of everything's in this information superhighway. Think of it as a fire hose, right? Fire hose, a lot of water, a lot of pressure, flowing it all out, right? Now try to shove a watermelon through the fire hose. Don't go through as nice, right? That's what you have to consider here with all of this and how much you're running and all those things like that. So, CE1, I'm looking for more info on Holly alerts. If you can give me some specifics on what you're looking for more info, I will cover that. Outside of that, just a general rundown on Holly itself. I'm happy to do that. So let me bring over my menu bar, and what I tell people is this. I personally like this way to look at Holly. You have first, obviously, let's see, we got channel bar here. We can go to Holly in a channel bar, or we can go to Holly in the dock channel bar. Please note, channel bar, dock channel bar, free floating, container window. There are differences. Not every channel is in each one of these. It is by design. It's not a bug. That is the way we intend to keep it. All right. And the dock channel bar, again, you got Holly here and some different looks and all that here. And then I would advise people just keep in mind there may be some different filters going on. For example, this window is only looking at longs. This is only looking at shorts, right? Things of that nature. They're sorting different ways. All right. But I personally like, just getting my drawing tool out here. I like to have my own layout. As you folks can see, I have my layout, all my stuff here. And then I like to come to new on the menu bar. And I go to premium AI strategy trades window. And I open that and it gives me this here. And I have mine defaulted to open a specific way, all set up for me. And when you get this, you're going to see something different to whatever the default is that the programmers have decided it to be. Check here for this filter. Often it looks like they've defaulted it to be only on profitable trades. The idea is, keeping the winners in focus. Other people want to see the losers because they might want to see a trade around, right? Something got stopped out and maybe it's going to come back up later, because Holly can make for an excellent watch list during the day. You can trade. You can change these columns up here. We've got a whole list of columns. You decide what's relevant to you. And like anything with the software, what's relevant today may not be relevant tomorrow and so on and so forth. But if you right click, bear with me 1 second, right click and look for columns, you're going to see on the right side an entire bank of columns to choose from. The left side is your selected columns as indicated right there. And so, you could select here on the right, use the arrow to move it to the left. And over time, you will mix, match, move in and out. I'm a less is more kind of person. If it's not relevant to what I'm doing, no reason to have it there, right? No extra data clogging my brain up, right? So this is how I have mine specifically set up like this. And again, how you set yours up will be up to you. So those are like a couple of the specific ins and outs with Holly there on the basics of getting it. You will see, again, based on columns, but, most will display an entry time. So you're going to see what time the alert happened. It will come in real time. It'll give you a symbol and an entry price, right? You got the last price, which is the current price right now. And you can have a column for a stop price, right? So you'll always know what the stop price is that's suggested. Again, as I often say in these, you may or may not agree with Holly's stop, right? Take a look at the Holly stop. Look at it. See what the logic might be behind it. You've got in IBRX, a stop of, where the heck is it? 758, right? So where's 758? Down here, right? So, given, where, this is a second IBRX. That's what's tripping me up. I was like, wasn't the alert at 9:29, which it was also here, right? So there you go on that. You got to stop at 8:33 here, which was almost on the base of the opening candle down here, right? So, these are stops that you may or may not like, but look at the reasoning and logic that may be behind them on the chart, right? These are the little things, ins and outs of Hollies that I have just, without any specific pointed questions for me to go over. So I started there. Let me continue to work my way down these lists of questions and CE1. If you have more specific questions, get those in there. If you got it in there, I'll scroll down and get to them in a second. I'm just a little behind on the questions here. Marcus, if I sort the top list, how would I get the top 10 to auto trade according? You can't auto trade a top list. You can only auto trade an alert window. So the top list is out right away. The best way you could do it is this. You could create an alert window. This gets into some of the more advanced stuff, but if you have an alert window, you'll create the alert window and then you'd make a symbols list and you tell the alert window to only look at that symbols list, right? So like I've got this one here, I created one that's called test, and it's personal. And to create a symbols list, let me do this really fast. You come to tools, options. Nope, I'm lying. Tools, symbols list. Tool symbols list, and you could go create new list, and you create the new list. So here's one I called test, right? And you can either add the symbols here, double clicking manually, or you can right click, send to symbols list, get them onto your alert window symbol list from there. This alert window, once you have it all configured and everything like that, you would then load into Brokerage Plus essentially, right? So let me get an alert. Let me get a Brokerage Plus window over here. Sorry, I've got an exception error going on here. All right, so I'm connected to the simulator with Brokerage Plus here. 1 second. All right, sorry, I'm getting pop-up windows that were messing with everything here. So once you have the alert window set up, I'm going over this fast, but this is, you're getting into the nitty-gritty complex stuff here. So when you have the alert window ready to load it in here, you'd right-click, load from cloud, because you'd have to save this to the cloud, the alert window. You'd select that window, you'd hit load, it'll populate in here, and you'll go from there and have that done like that. You'd set the trading instructions and all that in there. Here's a little more on that from the user's guide section. Find that about automation. That's more on the automation part of it. And so that's how you would have to do that, Marcus. So you'd go from top list to alert window. That alert window's in here. You have all the parameters of trading set in the trading instructions. Here's your trading instructions. You got to set the account, entry times that are allowed for the strategy, your order details, how you're sizing it, market, limit orders, set your risk management parameters in here. If the strategy has a hold time, you'd set that in there. All of those items like that. I just use Screen Leap for first time, email the screenshot to you. All right, Peter, I'll check it out in a little bit here when I can get to the inbox after I'm kind of wrapped up here. Mike C is looking at NVIDIA. Have you ever heard of ADFN, something about long chart wicks? First off, there's no such thing as wicks on charts. There's only shadows. If so, any clue to advantage or disadvantage? Nope, never heard of any of that stuff like that. And what I mean by shadows is for CMTs, we call these shadows, not wicks, just in case. I get it. A lot of people call them wicks, but I'm bound by the CMT ethics to call these shadows and re-educate people on those. So topping and bottoming shadows on those. But I'm not familiar with ADFN. The only thing I consider with big topping and bottoming shadows is indecision. That's all that means to me. A battle going on between buyers and sellers. Outside of that, I don't have any other insight on that. I added a column smart stop, AI window. What does that? I believe you'd asked Barry about this the other day. He did some research. I looked into it. It's a filler column. I would ignore it. The smart stop column doesn't mean anything in here. It's not the same as a smart stop. This smart stop here. Let me find something. It's not the same as the smart stop here. So I think it's a filler column for some reason that snuck in there somehow. So I would disregard that, Trader 77. Do you see a pullback ready on Tesla 15-minute chart? looked at Tesla, so I don't really know. This thing looks like it's got, momentum to the upside. I don't see anything that indicates a pullback necessarily. Doesn't mean it won't. I guess, what time frame are you looking at? What are you considering in a pullback? You got this doji, spinning top doji here, still intact, off the VWAP here, extended nicely, following this 8 EMA, just very, very nice slope on that. So I don't see anything that necessarily indicates a pullback, but I can't predict it. Nobody can predict it. So it very well may pull back. But for now, it's got a nice uptrend on it. As far as I can tell on Tesla. You said 15-minute chart. So 5 looked at 15-minute chart. Looks even stronger than a 5-minute chart. There's nothing indicating any kind of pullback there. Trying to figure out how to use the buy sell signals of Hollow AI on a chart. You have this here. Use buy and sells. I've just got a buy that's set up, with the default chart strategies here in the simulator. But, you can right click and set as default shorts for the shorts and right click and set up as default longs for the long strategies. And you'd edit the strategy in here and again, set up your risk management, order details and all those things like that. And then you can go ahead and, press, buy and set where you're trying to buy at and put that on there. And, you can see, based on the strategy that I've got set up there, it's auto populating a stop and a target here. And if I get filled, those will go live. Let's see if I can get it triggered to fill. I'll just let that order hang out. So that's what you could do on the charts there. And again, if you come to Brokerage Plus and the strategies here, and you could either, you right click and create new strategy, or you could edit one of these. Don't pay attention to the names in here. The names are all nonsense. They don't correspond to anything in all honesty. So they're whatever strategies. Just defaults that you can switch around. They don't have any real risk management involved in anything like that. So, like I said, you can either edit those, which is easy peasy, right click, edit trading strategy. You can rename it to what you want it to be. And again, go through the order details and all that on the tabs up there. And then you'd right click it again and save as default chart long for a long strategy, save as default chart short for the short strategies. If I do that on the short watch, now this is going to go and highlight as soon as I select an account. Right? Edit trading strategy, accounts none, pick trading, save, okay, and bang. See how that highlighted now? Then I'm ready to go up there on that as if I wanted to short it here. And we can see I got a fill on Tesla off that. Bought me 40 shares based on what I told it to do in that. Let's see, what do the strategies say? Is this my default chart long? Yeah. So in this, I'm telling it, in the order details, I want you to buy me 100 buy me shares based on risking $100. Based on these parameters that I've set up in there. Of course, I didn't get the fill where I was looking to get the fill, and that's why this number is currently off right here, right now, because I moved my order around. My original order was set up one way. I moved it around, so it changed my stop around. So far, so good. I think I'm able to have one topless surfing while another topless or not surfing but active. No, idea surfing works like this. It'll cycle through the first 3 symbols on every top list, and if you have the AI, and if you have any price alerts, those price alerts too. And it just continues to cycle through those till you either click on something to break the cycle, or you press the pause button here on it. The idea is just a passive way to look at charts. Let's say I'm at my desk, I've got other things going on, I'm tasked with other stuff. I don't have a way to click through charts right now, but I want to, maybe just cycle through a few charts. So it's cycling through the top 3 charts on there, so they just keep coming up like that. So that's how Idea surfing works. For more on idea surfing, here is a user's guide link on that. Idea surfing. I don't ever use idea surfing myself, but I do understand why people like it, why they want it, why they use it. So there you are. Shadows. Yeah, Michael, I just have to if anybody from the CMT ever heard me call them wicks, I'd be taken out back and shot. Got it on the column. Thank you, Trader77. I heard IBRX from Holly, and I'm not sure what to do. I don't know what IBRX did. It might have been an exit because Holly will alert her exits as well. So you got to look to see what was the last thing that just transpired there. So I don't have the exits up here because I don't pay attention to Holly's exits. Any Holly trades that I take, I'm managing on my own. I'm not, I'm looking at the quality signal entry from her. I take my time, adjust. If the stock runs without me. I never rush into any trade. I don't care where the idea came from. But I need, when an alert comes through, whether it's from Holly or my own windows, I need a second to look at it, assess the chart, assess a daily chart, assess my 5-minute chart, assess my 3-minute chart. Those are time frames I like for my intraday trading. And then I make a decision from there. So that's kind of my recommendation there, CE1, as far as that goes. Some people are going to jump right in. They do well like that. By all means, do what works for you. If you don't have something that works for you, that's what the simulator's there for. Test things, experiment. Don't just throw stuff at the wall randomly, though, right? Have a reason for what you're testing. It doesn't make sense to just throw everything out there. I'm just going to buy all this stuff like that and just press buy and let it go, right? That there's no information to be gained from that. There's nothing to be learned from that necessarily. Have a concise reason why you're doing something. Evaluate how it does or does not work over the course of 5, 10, 15, 70 trades. And then look at, worked on these things, didn't work on these things. How do I adjust the things that didn't work? Can I improve upon the things that did work? So on and so forth. Mike C just putting some stuff in there about some candles and hammers and all that. SSR is set by SEC standard rules as HTB. Yeah, hard to borrow stuff. Yeah. And each broker has different hard to borrow rules and stuff like that. I think locates from like Thinkorswim or some pretty stringent stuff. When they're HTB, I think you got to have a margin account with 100,000 in cash or more to get a borrow on it. You have your specialty brokers that are always going to find you locates for a cost, your center points and your Cobras and all that. Can it be those at the same time? I guess so. I don't see why not. One is set, hard to borrow is set by your broker. The restriction is set by the exchanges or the market itself. So one has they're not related to each other directly necessarily, but they're not mutually exclusive either at the same time. You just have whatever you want to call it. It's not the uptick rule anymore. I forget whatever you want to call it, but if something's down 10%, you can't just go into it. You're not going to get a fill like that. That's a market-wide restriction or regulation. Versus you may just have something that your broker is restricting just because, they do, like I said, Thinkorswim does it based on account size, a lot of it. I'm not sure how IB does it. I just know things either have borrows or don't, or you have to find the locates for the borrows and then they're more expensive and all those things like that. I don't do a lot of shorting. In fact, I do very little shorting. So it's not a world I live in, just the basic knowledge of it here. Welcome, Edward. Welcome. The first thing that I would say to you is this. Don't rush on anything. Hang here daily, 9 a.m. to Eastern to 3 p.m. Eastern. Observe, ask some questions, start, understanding trading in general. You have to have, you're going to have some basic knowledge of trading and charts for any success in trading. There's no way to find someone who's just going to tell you what to do, and that's it. I'm not sure what you mean by brokerage plus web page. Sorry, maybe you're talking about the simulator, or the new simulator that's on the web page. Perhaps you're discussing that. I'm not sure if you're actually a subscriber or not yet. If you're not, no worries. We welcome everybody to come, hang, get an education first. We're never discouraged getting an education first and subscribing second. That's what I did long ago. So if you have specific questions, let me know. Regarding Holly itself, it's a module. It's essentially an alert window at its core. It does its own optimizing backtesting nightly. Some 50-odd base strategies, 50, 60, I don't know, whatever it is. The ones that optimize backtest the best come the next day to be implemented. And should a stock meet any of those strategies, you'll get a real-time alert. You get a suggested stop with it. And, from there, you start to make some assessments on what looks good or does not look good about a chart and how you want to manage it. You're a subscriber. All right, very good. So one of the things I'd point you to is this video. I've been handing it out a bunch today. Got this video here. This is for everybody and anybody with Holly interests and all that. Now, I did this video about 4 years ago, give or take. And at that time, when I did the video, in the channel bar, there were 4 different Holly channels. It was separated into 4 different Holly channels. Various reasons why that was. Neither here nor there at this point. We've long since combined Holly all into one channel. It's all in one central location now. So that video will show Holly like that. In the video, I tell you, just think of it as one Holly, right? It's one Holly. That's it. Don't worry about it. So that's the only thing about the video that's quote outdated. Every other thing in that video is up to date. What conservative mean, what moderate means, how they work, how to locate columns in the Holly window. I go over in the video just like I did earlier in the session here. My personal opinion to Holly is, I have my own layout that I've created with my own scans and charts, and I've added the Holly alerts window here to complement the rest of my layout. How did I do that? Once I built the rest of my layout, I went new, premium AI strategy trades window, and it gave me a window that looks like similar to this. Yours may look slightly different based on defaults. I've set mine to default to look like this. We right click, we can come in here and find what we call columns. Those are these at the top. Let me move that out of the way. These at the top we call columns. The right side is the full bank of columns. The left side are the columns that we're displaying, or the selected columns. And you could click and highlight something and move it with the arrows right to left. I encourage everybody, follow along with the Holly alerts. Use the simulator, right? Get in here, get a Holly alert, right? I'm looking at it. What am I seeing on this chart? What is Holly showing me on this chart, right? Showing me a risk and a stop down here like this, right? Why is she using that stop? Stop looks like it coincides with the low of the day right here. Very popular choice for a stop, right? Sometimes that low of the day might be too much of a distance from you, right? And you might say, all right, looks like it could be a quality alert, but maybe I want a more conservative stop, and maybe I want the bottom of 2 5-minute bars ago, something like that. These are the things, the trader's mind that comes in to make it human and machine combined together. Paul Tudor Jones, if you don't know who he is, I'd highly recommend looking him up. You don't have to go do a big book report on him, but Paul Tudor Jones is as heavyweight as it goes on the trading world and hedge fund world. I believe he had a quote, "No man is better than a machine, and no machine is better than a man with a machine." I like to change that around to human, of course. With all that said, quote holds weight, and especially when it comes to Holly. If you have some specific questions on Holly, fire those away. But that's kind of, Edward, my first impression roundabout look at Holly and description and one over. Like the rest of the software, there are some complications that we can get into. Not complications, but more complicated types of things that we can get into with it. But I try not to put those in the forefront on people to get them confused if it's not relevant or not interesting to them. I believe in things. There's such thing as too much data and analysis paralysis and things like that. If something isn't relevant, there's just no reason to be looking at it, essentially. If I have a scanner for under $1, how can I set it to not give me symbols of the plus, W symbols? So the best you can do on that is this: right-click the scan, configure, go to symbols list, go to, hold on, let me clean some of this stuff up. So this top list that I'm looking at right now is just a couple of symbols that are on my liked list, my personal list. Come in here, go to all warrants, select that, and you'll see now it's here. Put a check mark in it and go to exclude the following lists, right? Then look for, this is an alphabetical order. So scroll down, look for special NYSE symbols. I think that should, yep, special NYSE symbols. You can go ahead and add that to the exclusion set. You scroll through here, see if there's anything else you want to add that's from our pre-made list. It will not get everything. We have logic in there that automatically adds symbols to these lists. It just doesn't grab everything. For that, I apologize, but we do work on it constantly to try to keep adding stuff there. So you want to get rid of ADRs, SPACs, things of that nature. We have some pre-made ones, and then you can, of course, create your own symbols lists and add that to this too. So you come and go tools, symbols list, and you create a new list and call it exclusion list. Press OK. And then you'll start to be able to add stuff to that list. If you get something that comes through a scan and you don't ever want to see it again, of course, if it made its way through those other lists, right click, send to symbols list, exclusion list, bang, you'll never see it again on that scan. So that's how I would go about that there, Michael. I'm missing something. How to get charts from browser. There's a few different browser types of charts, Peter, but if you're looking at getting the browser interface charts in the download software, what you would do is this. Don't take a chart that's been up and running for the day and turn it into a browser chart, or it'll make the software freak out. What you're going to want to do is duplicate a chart, right? So duplicate here if it's in a docked window, or just duplicate it in general, or just go to new on the menu bar, go chart window, and then you'd right click and just make sure that browser interface is checked, and you'll have a browser interface chart like that. I think that's what you're asking about. Hopefully it is. That's where I would send you towards on that, Mr. Peter Smith. We don't scan crypto, so I can't comment on anybody else that does. We don't have any crypto scanning, sorry. So those other folks out there very well may work in the overnight. However, we don't have it, so we don't have it, sorry. Wow, it's already 12:45. All right, time flies, time flies, time flies. So let's see, I think we're looking on right over here. If I set my computer to open all apps in admin, will that work for linking? I'm not sure what you mean. Maybe you're talking about external linking. If you're talking about external linking, I would just recommend right-clicking the app. It's it's not any more effort to right-click it and select admin than to just double-click the app, right? So I would suggest right-clicking and selecting it so you know for sure you're in admin mode. I think you're talking about external linking, but I'm not 100% sure. Is it possible to have the app have the top, say, 2 competitors of a selected stock auto into pre-opened and/or Crosshair Sync is broken, as far as I know. I filed a report on it a very, very long time ago. I don't know where it stands at this point. I remind every other dev meeting that I'm involved in about it, but I'm not sure. So Crosshair Sync, as far as I know, it has been broken for a while. And for reference, that's here. Show crosshairs, use Crosshair Sync. So sorry about that. Is it possible to have the top, say, 2 competitors of a selected stock auto into pre-open and/or into separate subchart? No, I don't think so. I'm not exactly understanding, but you can't just have. When you open a new chart, it's just going to open to whatever you saved the default chart was. Whatever you saved as your default chart, it'll open with that ticker on there. So, for example, the last time I saved a default chart, what I mean by save a default chart is if I right-click and go save as default, anytime I open a chart, it'll be exactly like what I just saved it as here. So if I go new, I didn't resave it, but if I go new in chart window, you can see MINM for whatever reason. I had that up there when I had saved it. And so I saved it on a daily time frame with this indicator on here, and that's what my default chart's at. There's no way to have it like auto open a specific chart based on clicking or anything like that. You can, you can click and go send to and a chart, but again, it's going to open based on your default chart. So you see it opened the ABR, but it sent it as a daily with those indicators there. That would be the closest thing you could do there, Michael. Holly cannot be backtested. You can't do any backtesting on Holly. You can do backtesting on your own alert windows. And that goes back up to 64 days. It depends on how market holidays fall. So you could see as little as 61 backtesting days. You could see as much as 64 based on how market holidays have fallen on the weekdays. But no Holly backtesting for the public. Is there a way to go on a 5-minute chart by selecting a date instead of? No, there's no jump back to, unfortunately. It's just scrolling, unfortunately. There's a feature request in to have a jump back feature. I don't know if or when that will ever be selected for development by the management and development teams, but there is a formal request in for it. Yes, I agree. It would be a welcome feature for sure. Yep. Okay, got that off there. That looks good. All right. Very good. Very good. I think I'm doing okay on questions so far. If I've missed something, please let me know. Don't say, well, I guess he kind of answered my question. Let it go. We've got a couple of minutes before Barry comes back from his break. I want to make sure that I've done the best that I can to get questions answered. Not necessarily best, but the beta is going to have, any new functions that are still not what am I looking for? The word, excuse my brain fart right now. I just can't think of what I want to say at all. Right now, we don't even have a beta up there. We just have a regular publish out there right now. So it's not even a beta. It's just that when there is a beta, it means we've added something to the software. There's likely a bug fix in there too. So, I recommend just always running the beta personally. I'm always on a beta that's usually ahead of you guys, although I'm on the same version you folks could be right now, 5.6.88. But production version, I couldn't think of that. Sometimes we do have a production version and a beta version. I generally recommend the beta version. However, there's nothing wrong with running the production version. But for example, missing symbol check, right, is a great feature that wasn't on the production version until we upgraded to this to be a production version recently. It was only on the beta version. So, it's a nice feature to have. I'm saying, why didn't my stock get on my alert window? Well, that function will show you why that happened or didn't happen. So that's my my assessment of it, if you will. Thank you. I don't know if I'm killing it or not, but I was once upon a time where everybody else here in this chat was, and I know what it's like trying to get up to speed as quickly as possible. And that's why I want to, I try to cover as much ground as possible and really, really encourage the questions, because you'll find as you go along and you get some questions answered, they'll all of a sudden lead you to answers of questions you actually didn't even know you had, and really just kind of push that envelope on your learning curve, which is, what we want to see. Am I able to send screenshots in the main chat room? Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't do too much in the main room very often. So you might be able to, but if you're ever just trying to send a screenshot that you want us to look at something, myself or one of the other traders, info at trade-ideas.com. Hit us with an email there and what you want us to see in the screen, or what, some context to the screenshot. That's what you're trying to do. Any suggestion tool to use live screen sharing? Nothing specific. I mean, when I'm forced into an emergency remote, I use GoToAssist. You have to have a paid account for it and whatever else. I'm very cautious about using that stuff because it opens me up to attacks. So I don't, I'm very, very cautious about doing that kind of thing. I mean, outside of that, for general meetings and things like that, Zoom is what my preference. Other people love Google Meets or Microsoft Teams or whatever. For those kinds of things, for meetings and stuff like that, I don't use them very often. I've had a few meetings. That's not true. Well, for the screen sharing purpose, I don't use them very often. I'm constantly in Zoom meetings. Or actually, we moved off of Zoom. We use Slack exclusively now. So Slack's another one. If you're doing something with a company, we use Slack. I think we're fairly happy with that, using the royal we anyways. No configuration in Market Explorer scans. They are what they are. They run on a completely different tech and server than the legacy software. So it's is what it is on those scans. They take a lot of power. The way the Market Explorer works is essentially all it is price and volume. And Michael Noss, who does most of the programming of those scans, maybe even all the programming of those scans, he does all the math and everything like that. And it's essentially a grid and spreadsheets and all that, and does all that stuff like that. So it takes an incredible amount of server power to create those scans and push them out to users. So that's why, it's picky and choosy on what we put in there, what stays in there based on how many users are using it. We put scans in there that, got so many requests for, and then nobody was using it for 3 months. We killed the scan. It's a lot of server power to run those things. And yeah, any Market Explorer scan will work in any environment, as long as stocks are meeting the scan's criteria. It doesn't matter if it's popped out from a dock window or not, or anything like that. So if you've got the Market Explorer scan open, you should be getting data, again, as long as something's meeting the criteria of it. We're in a complete bear market, not likely to see any bull flags, for example, in there. All right, again, I think we're looking okay on the questions, I hope. Sorry, I'm just scrolling back to see if there's something I somehow skipped over, but I think we're looking all right. I hope we're looking all right. Yeah, it looks like we've covered the bases here. Oh man, look at this MULN alert here. That ain't too shabby, right? Scroll down on this daily chart here. Here's just something nice from the Holly right here, right? So you get the stock, it gapped way up, right? Now Holly didn't alert obviously till in here, but chasing that early, had it been on even your own scanners or anything like that, you either getting stopped out or you're sitting here holding a bag and in a world of pain, right? You get the signal here. Look at these topping shadows right here. We talked about topping shadows early. Took those topping shadows out. We had a topping shadow here and some indecision for another pullback on that 4 and holding that and exploding. Now look, everything will look better in hindsight with someone drawing it like, oh yeah, why didn't I see that then? Nobody would see that in real time unfolding exactly like that. But folks with enough time and chart and trading experience will begin to formulate these kinds of if-then scenarios. If the sellers can't drive it back below that 4 and it holds, up over, let's say, some kind of key moving average for us intraday, or the VWAP intraday, something like that, then I might be interested in it based on these things. If it holds this and then the buyers come in and we see the volume come back in, these are reasons for me to want to be a part of or be a player in this. Those are the kind of things that I'm, formulating and looking at and all that kind of such stuff. Block trade, I don't use it, but new. Well, hold on, let me bring this over. Never good to just talk about something and not show how we're getting there. New alert window. Come into the search block. Also, it helps when I type. Well, there it is, block. Now, if you don't understand what this means for anybody here in general, or you come across any alert or filter and you're just not sure on it, right? Go ahead, click and highlight it, press help, and you're going to get a web page that looks like this, and help you understand what it's doing here and some examples and so on and so forth. You can go ahead and you can add alert. See, I've got it clicked here, add alert. That'll bring me to the selected alerts. Go ahead and put a check mark in there. You can throw a minimum of shares in there. I think it's got a minimum of 20,000 no matter what. Maybe only wants to see 50. Do you remember?
Christopher?
Yes, sir.
Christopher.
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. I've been kind of buzzing a little bit. And normally you go, oh, I can hear you. But I had to do a reboot and all that. So I wasn't sure if I'd done it correctly.
No, also, I'm being murdered by seasonal allergies, and my ears are so plugged up right now that unless you're hitting me with a blowhorn, it's hard for me to hear.
Well, my wife is working at home today, so I can't scream. So otherwise I'd go, crash! Man. This crazy thing about the Mullen, the MULN. I read the news this morning, and I know you didn't read the news, but I guess they're more of a commercial vehicle like trucks and all that, or vans.
Yep.
But $65,000 is kind of we'll call it a baseline price.
Mm-hmm.
In California, they're giving $45,000 rebates.
I see that headline right here in our thing right now. I just went to the news tab.
Incredible.
Class 3 EV trucks, a $45,000 cash voucher per vehicle sold. I'll be right back. I go to Cali.
Yeah, no kidding. You only get about 150 miles per charge. So, I mean, it's not designed for, well, I guess if you had a job where you didn't have very much traveling to do on a daily basis, but I've never seen that before. I mean, they might as well be giving it away. But,
that's exactly what I was thinking. What I was thinking.
Anyhow, thank you very much. Let me make sure I can take over your screen.
A friendly takeover, not a hostile one for anybody.
Yeah, I did the reboot. Let me see. Present. Yeah, I think we're good, right?
You look good to me.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Okay, Chris, thanks a lot. We'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Take care, everybody. Have a great week. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, back in both rooms now. And so, yeah, it was really interesting. I found that the IBRX was I did my video on the IBRX today. I haven't seen one like this before, to be honest. We had an initial alert from our AI early. What time was it? It was at right at 9:40. Again, you do not get an alert with our AI until at least 9:40. So we happened to get one at 9:40. Now I don't think it would have been easy at all to get it at that 9:29. The 9:29 was the alert price, but you probably could have got it, 9:50. And you might say, well, that's way too late. Well, not really, because look what it did before it pulled back. Okay, it got all the way up to about 10:50. 10:53, and then a massive pullback. And I was actually watching this area right here to see if that would hold and then move. Well, it didn't. But, and again, something that I have not seen before, or I can't recall seeing it. The AI then looked at this IBRX now as a pullback trade. And man, what a great pullback trade. And, 8:33 was the alert. And we're at 9:25 right now. So this is arguably, this has been I don't want to say there's nothing easy, but I mean, this was an easier trade than this one, because the initial one, because this one shot up so quickly and came down fairly quickly. This has been more or less orderly on the way up from 8:33, almost a dollar move. So I actually did my my video on that. And let's see. All right, guys, CSLR. I don't think I've seen CSLR today. Let's see what it's doing right now. Wow, look at this. So this is one of those ones under a dollar. That's why I don't generally see them. Okay, so but if you're into these ones that are under a dollar, man, went from 34 cents to wow, 62 cents before it pulled back at all. So Daniel, in our YouTube room, is there a way to get potential price targets on any given stock? Personally, I don't look at price targets at all. Okay, that's just personal. All I do is I look left to see whether or not a stock could keep running to. Now, some might say, well, that's a price target. Okay, but when I say keep running to, if I look on a daily chart, and if I were wondering, should I get into this trade? The first thing I do is I look left on a daily chart to see where is the next high, because to me that's where it could stall. And if I can't see it on the daily, if I look left and all the candles are below the current one, then I'll look on the weekly chart to check to see. Okay, now we do have, but again, this is not scientific at all. So let me show you what I'm talking about. If I click on MULN, Daniel, now, let me just bring back this. Now, you notice there's, excuse me, there is a smart stop that is generated every time you click on an alert. Now, if you don't have this smart stop, say on your 15-minute chart or whatever chart you actually choose, but I right clicked on the 15-minute chart and I select properties. This box pops out, and at the very, very low bottom, it says show smart risk levels. Okay, and it's assuming you want to go long, like buy a stock. So what happens is every time you click on an alert now. So if I click on, wow, this is a huge miss by me. Look at the PAHC now. Anyway, what it's saying is that if I took this trade right here at 1634, might be hard to see, but there's a little red line, dotted line. And if you hover over it, they're suggesting that there is a smart stop at 1611. So if you took the trade at 1634, you put your stop here. Now, a target is just double the difference if you got into this trade right here at 1634. And let's make the math easy. Say that was 1612, 20 cents away. It would just double. Okay, double your entry at 634 to 40 cents. So that would put the smart stop or a target at 1674. But it's not scientific at all, if that makes sense. Okay. Because all I do is I just want to look left on a daily chart or a weekly chart to see whether or not there is where is the next high. That for me, I hate to call it a target. I call it more, okay, that's where it could stop. Could pop right through that, of course. We're looking at this one at 15, guys. That 15 break. Boy, what a nice, pretty orderly move now. Not no giant green candles, no giant red candles. So that's how you can do it, Daniel. But I would, if I were you, I would pay probably more attention to where they're placing the stop, and then looking left to see, okay, does it have enough room to run? If and they're all designed to say, okay, if you had a 20-cent stop, we want to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade, risking 20 cents to make 40. Okay, but just because it is automatically generated, it's just doubling the difference in the entry and the stop and doubling it to show you. But for instance, I know I'm kind of rambling here, and in fact, look at this. The next high on a daily chart for this one is actually 1651. Okay. So if you were to take this trade right now at 1634 and obeyed this stop down here, which is about 20 cents away, for me, that's not enough because it could stall, 20 cents away. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 20 cents. Okay. I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least double my stop. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, even if I see a lot of room looking left. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course. But all I try to do is take one reason why a stock won't keep moving up out of the equation. And for me, it is odd. But the news wasn't today, I don't think. I'm sorry, I'm rambling here. William in our main room said it's odd that PAHC is moving up. Usually the acquiring companies drop. But I thought that this news, see, this news actually hit on the 28th. Now, this news hit on the 28th. So, well, you're right. Actually, what am I saying? The 28th was Sunday. Yeah, this news hit on Sunday. So you're right. I'm sorry. I was thinking that it hit like on Friday or Thursday last week, and it. But yeah, you're right. Not normal. Normally, the acquiring company does not do something like this. Why is Mullen on the monthly chart so crazy looking left? Now, it might be because of reverse splits. Is that so? When you say so crazy, crazy in what respect? I'm just trying to see. I thought maybe we'd see a price of about 1,000 or something. So crazy in what respect? Okay, so I don't see the 300 here. I know what you mean. Well, it must have done a reverse split. That's all. So it's reverse split adjusted. I don't see the 300 though. I'm just scrolling back. This is about as far. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, no, this is where it started trading as MULN back in 2014. Is it that long ago? First of all, I'm on the wrong chart. Sorry, that'll help. Yeah, but that's the reason. Okay, that is the reason. Never mind. 300,000. Yeah, that's the reason. It's done probably five or six reverse splits. So this is reverse split adjusted without all the reverse splits. So they're not. Not fool ourselves. Okay, there were people that, in theory, were buying it not at $3,000, but before it did all the reverse splits up in this area on a ratio basis. So that's why it looks like that. I don't know how many reverse splits it did. It's only got 6.5 million in the float now. I seem to remember when it had, hundreds of millions of shares, but 1.6 million. There you go. So it had to have done, I don't know, five or six reverse splits, maybe even more. And again, they're doing companies do reverse splits in order to maintain a Nasdaq listing. Typically, Nasdaq has a listing requirement of at least $1 a share. Other requirements, of course, but at least $1 a share. So I do remember when Mullen was trading just for pennies. So they do a reverse split to get the stock price over $1. Is wheat worth getting on a pull? Okay, I'm not a swing trader. Okay, Steven asking me in our YouTube room, is wheat worth getting in on a pullback for a swing? Not, I mean, I don't see anything right now. It's been in a steady downtrend for months, maybe having a little bit of a spark this month, but I don't really see like a massive. We go to a weekly chart. I mean, if I were a swing trader, if I were one, yeah, I mean, to me, I'd have to look at a longer term chart. maybe if it broke out over 6, maybe, but I don't see yeah, I may have been talking about swinging a stock the other day. I rarely swing. Okay, I rarely swing trade. I can't remember which one it was. I think well, the one I did, well, I'll call it a swing. I bought it on Friday, held it over the weekend, and sold it on Monday. That was one of the Singaporean IPOs that I took a bit of a risk on. It worked out okay, but other than that, I'm just not a swing trader. I may swing trade 2 or 3 times a year, if that. And certainly not long. I mean, it could only be a couple of days. And if the question is why, the answer is because I just, it's just a mindset. I'm just not as comfortable swing trading. It's that simple. Some people are very comfortable swing trading, hate day trading. That's fine. We all have different ways of looking at the market, different ways of feeling comfortable. Nothing interests William after hours, so he'll keep the room open until 4 o'clock. I'm sure for the balance of this week, though, probably open till about 4:15, right? Lots of not that there's any pressure to do that, of course, but well, Stephen, it's absolutely my. You're right. I may have been talking about swing trading a stock, but the operative word was because yeah, I just don't look at very many things to swing trade. Well, Apple looks like Apple. No, just give me a moment. May 2nd. So they released after hours on Thursday. Come on, stop it. Just been. Guys, I believe it or not, I am still kind of watching CNDT. Okay. I have an alert set up here around 3:35. Okay. It did hit in the pre-market. It got up to 416, had some news regarding Microsoft and AI. So it had a couple of, high eye-catching things in their press release, popped up and then just collapsed. But I'm waiting to see whether or not some enthusiasm comes back. It's a big float though. Yeah, I know, John. Every now and then it happens like that. And I thought I had it solved on Friday and Thursday, but evidently not. I'm talking to John in our YouTube room. Well, where could this go? I mean, there's the monthly chart. I mean, look at this PAHC 1652 and 1643. Those are a couple of highs on the monthly. I mean, if it takes out that, I mean, look left. I mean, it's got a ton of room to 20. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but this is An incredible day for it, really. And and this is up on not a lot of volume. I mean, it's only 448,000 shares. It's not like this is trading in the millions to do this, but it has a pretty low float, 20 million in the float. The relative volume, yes, very good, 11, but not a lot of absolute volume. Still shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. A lot of shares available, 1.22 million. So if it ever wants to finally say, okay, enough is enough, it could turn into a really, really good short. Well, here's one for Pepe. If you're around Pepe, you see how if I'm pointing up to my to that little graph showing me that I'm not really using a lot of resources at Trade Ideas. It's green, and it's been red the whole time, and now all of a sudden, without doing anything differently, it is now green. I haven't reduced any of my scan or taken off any of my scans. Everything is exactly the same, and now it's green, which is a big part of course, what's going on with my computer. I'm sure. Okay, Daniel. Okay, first of all, welcome to the platform. Welcome to the trading room. So this is one that I'm actually sharing. Okay, it's basically the same. If you click on our channel bar or our new, and then click on new from the toolbar, and then click on dock channel bar. It's basically the same as the explosive winners. Okay, I just made a slight like the when I click on explosive winners, you're going to see more than just this. Okay, but you can have mine. I made a couple of adjustments, and you can have this one if you want. Go to my home page. So clicking on my homepage link, clicking on my homepage link. Oh, I got too impatient. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, the center section right here, these are the current scans that I'm sharing. And if you click on it, then at the very bottom is the relative strength leaders. I've just abbreviated the name. Okay, you can have this one by just clicking on this open scan. What'll happen is well, I'll do it. Okay, if you're new, you click on any one of these links. You click on a link, and here's the link right now here, and I just highlight it. Okay, and then I copy it. Control C. Now I've copied the link, and then I go to the toolbar. I click on File, Load from Cloud, and you'll notice. See that string ends in 639, and then same thing right there, 639. So if you've done the copying correctly, when you go File, Load from Cloud, this should be filled in with the correct link. If it isn't, if it's blanks for some reason, you'll have to paste it in, Control V it in, and then you load it. And then once it's loaded, it's on your screen, okay, on your system. And like anything else, though, you have to save it to your cloud now. Okay, what basically that whole exercise is taking it from my cloud, putting it on your screen, and now you, if you like it, you save it into your cloud. So it's there for you all the time. And that's with any one of my scans, okay? Just click, and then again, new tab shows up. Like highlight it by dragging. Hopefully most people understand that. That's sort of a typical computer move, right? And then copy, Control C it, and then file load from cloud. Should be in there. Load it, and then once it's on your screen, you can create. You can create your own layout, of course. You can take some of my scans. You can build your own if you're, but you're new to trade ideas, but so it might take you a bit to build your own if you want to. We are sharing a lot of scans here also, clicking on new from the toolbar, and then docked channel bar, and then these are all theme-based channels. They're all theme-based channels, okay? And you click on the show more, you will see more, okay? So these are all theme-based channels. So you can create your own scan. You can put your, whatever time frames you like to see on your for your charts. This is what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see, of course. Once you've got, your a layout, and don't forget, then you can save your layout. And again, file, save or share to cloud. More than likely, you would click on entire layout, give it a name, my first layout, whatever name you want to call it, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay, so from time to time, people say, "Oh man, I lost a scan that I created," and I say, "Did you save it to the cloud?" And there's a pause. Nope. Well, sometimes there's a way to recover, but the easiest thing to do is make sure you save everything to the cloud, individual scans, either from me or anything that you create, and your layouts, because then it doesn't matter if something happens to your computer and you have to go run out and buy a new one. Well, okay, you just download the program and then you load it from the cloud. Also, though, you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So if you have I have a couple of laptops, I have some tablets. So all I have to do is say, if I went out and bought a new laptop, again, I just download the program and then load from cloud. So I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Now you can only have trade ideas only open one device at a time. Okay, so there is that, but you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You know what's moving a little bit here, guys, is LOAR. This is the IPO from last week, and there's some volume coming in, and very successful IPO because I think at IPO the suggested IPO price was going to be between 26 and 28. So almost well at this point this is almost a double. Certainly on the if it was 26. So very 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 just stocks that I have hearted. Okay, Penny Master. Stocks that I've hearted that you might want to follow. I've got some filters put in place so you're not seeing them all. Yes, they are available now. Not that I want to short this one, but you're right, they are available. About 87,000 shares are now available to short for LOAR. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? Okay, so we had this little hour down and then sort of an hour up and then 30 minutes down. So we've been a little bit, but the trend is up still right now anyway. Still defending that magic 500. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back again. All right, well, the HWH now just made another new high, and now maybe now if it can, I mean, it's been very choppy, but maybe it takes it out and starts to move without creating a giant topping tail because it still has some room. 333 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. IBRX, guys, is still looking good. Amazing. It's now come back. What I consider in our YouTube room, what I consider CCJ to be trading abnormally ahead of earnings. So it's Cameco, uranium play. Oops. Earnings tomorrow before the market. Yeah, pre-market tomorrow. Well, I don't know. I mean, to me, there's no, I wouldn't call it trading abnormally. The other thing to keep an eye on is URA. What is the overall uranium? Now, Cameco is probably maybe the world leader. Now, URA is having a little bit of a pop. This is the ETF for uranium. But I don't, so I mean, if your real question is this, Jay, is it trading abnormally enough for me to take this trade ahead of earnings? If that's really your question, because you think it's trading abnormally, people quote in the know. I never trade. I never, ever, ever take a trade into earnings. So I don't know if that's really what your question is. If I'd said, yeah, it is kind of trading a little abnormally, but even if it were really trading abnormally, I still would not take out. I would not. I'm never ever going to take a trade through earnings. I'll wait for the release to happen, and then afterwards, if I like it, I'll take a look at trading it. But I don't try to guess. Any chance I can talk about the gap up and down and other strategies where to find in the TI? Well, okay, we have a lot of scans. I call them scans. Okay, I hate to call them strategies because, in theory, a strategy is something that has been back tested and like our AI. Okay, but semantics. But we have a lot of scans here, right? If you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then a lot of scans are in here. Okay, a lot of different scans are in here. All these theme-based channels. Now, specifically, the gap up and down. The gap up and down. So are you talking about, on my homepage? I mean, the pre-market actives up and down, or which one are you talking about? So when you talk about, gap up and gap down, I mean, these are just if you're talking about from the channel bar. We used to have, oh, okay, so now you're talking about, oh, okay, you're talking about maybe this. This is my, one of the ones I'm sharing, okay? The gap continuation or reverse. So there are 4 scans in here. So one is a gap up and go, okay, which means the stock gapped up, and at the time of the alert, it was still moving higher, okay? Gap down and reverse. At the time of the alert, it was gapping down, and then it started to reverse. And then, gap up and reverse is just obviously the opposite of the one above it. Stock gapped up, and then it's starting to reverse. Now, again, with all of these, it doesn't mean, if you get an alert from this one, Excuse me, there's something. It's gonna be Um, so yeah, when you get the alert, so a gap up and reverse as an example, okay? So yeah, stock gaps up and it starts to reverse. Doesn't mean it's just going to continue to reverse, reverse, reverse. At the time of the alert, it was reversing, okay, but doesn't and met all the filter values. And then the other one is the gap down and go. Again, what that means is stock gap down and it kept going down. But there's nothing that's saying that it's going to absolutely continue in the direction for any length of time, if that makes sense. But that is what the idea is, which is where I found PHG earlier. Okay, notice it's here now. I had to do a bunch of reloads of trade ideas. So this is not the first time I saw it. Okay, there's PHG at 1240. Okay, that's the time, but that is not where I saw it. I saw it up here. Okay, this is around 10:15 or so, and you can see exactly what it is. A gap up, and then it's starting to reverse. But did it keep reversing all day long? Of course not. If it were that easy, well, we wouldn't have to do anything else. Okay, so these are the four strategies, the four scans that are in here. And the way they're color coded, well, actually, they're named, so you don't have to worry too much about even the color coding. But for me, anything that's in green and light blue, these are ideas to go long. And then anything in orange or yellow, ideas to go short. But it's telling you gap up and reverse should make sense. Gap up. I guess I maybe want to short this. Okay. Does that make sense, Andre? If it doesn't, I'll do it again, maybe in a different way. And I'm talking to Andre in our YouTube room. So AGEN. Did they do a reverse foot? Really? When? Just looking back, I don't see when they did a reverse foot. Not saying they didn't, but I don't see when they did it. So when did they have a reverse split? When did AGEN have a reverse split? I'm just scouring through my headlines to see when they might have had a reverse split. Here we are. Okay, so I can. Well, okay, that's back in February, right? February 15th, proposing one. But at any rate, well, it's had some good news. Sort of remember this yesterday. Yeah, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But when you say would it be shortable? Sure. Oh, so it took that long draw. So because I noticed they announced it, proposing that was February 15th. So it took 2 months. So a 1 for 20 reverse split. Interesting. Wow, I mean it's had a great run, hasn't it? Where did I get the strategies? What do you mean by that? You mean from my homepage, Trader? They're on my homepage. If that's what you're talking about. So click on my homepage link, scroll down to the center section, and here it is, the gap continuation or reverse. AVPT. Okay, let's take a look. Angie, AVPT. So the very first thing I see, no, nobody's making, no, this is why I'm here. Okay. Don't be shy about asking questions. And this goes out to everybody. Okay. There's no such thing as if you ask the same question 20 times in a row, maybe I'll get a little, I don't even know what the word is, but no, seriously, we all started out new. So the relative volume is only 0.51. So I mean, it's not trading very much. Okay. So I don't see any I don't see any edge in looking at this one, to be honest. Looking at this weekly chart, up, down, up, down, up, down, and again the relative. So it's only trading half normal today. Now, what you're looking at maybe is this little curl here up, and anything is possible. Maybe the volume really starts to pick up and it keeps moving. But I typically, I was wondering, well, why haven't I seen this one? Well, the reason is I typically do not trade anything that is, well, less than three relative volume. Doesn't mean that something with point 0.5 doesn't mean it can't just rip, but I want to see some abnormality. Okay, guys. Well, there's the big pullback now. Not a big pullback, but I mean a big topping tail for HWH. Again, it has room to about 335 on the weekly chart anyway. Well, somebody draw in our main room said it happened on the 12th, 412. You're talking about AGEN? No, but I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying here now. But they would no. Let me see, because there's absolutely no reason they're doing a reverse split now. Like, or was it yesterday? I see what you're saying. No, it was effective April 12th. Yeah, so it was effective April 12th. Actually, I'm just reading the news here. That is from our see April the 12th. I know that looks a little misleading here when it looks like they're announcing it today, but um, well, I mean, it's coming into. I mean, what did it get to today? It got up to that right about that level here. I mean, listen, if you're a follower of Steve Gomez, and he loves this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, that's that orange line, okay, and it broke down through it and it closed down below it. So yeah, I mean, I guess there's an argument that could be made if you took a short right here. There are the lows down here, 1267, and you put your stop just above that, maybe around 1350. Yeah, I suppose. I just find it a little choppy. I mean, I know just have a tough time looking at stocks with topping tails and bottoming tails, and they're a lot like that. That's why I don't, I pass on a lot of trades, potential trades. I didn't trade on IBRX. IBRX, I did. Well, I mean, first of all, I don't think there's any way that this stock could keep up with that volume, right? So, I mean, the volume has been, I mean, it picked up right around here too. It's still got a lot of volume. I mean, a lot of volume, but sure, I mean, it's dropped, but that's typical, I mean, that's the 930 candle, 945. Usually the 930 candle didn't dwindle to nothing. Sometimes we see these things and you can't even see the volume bar, like it's just minuscule. But if that's why you didn't take the trade after 5 minutes, but I don't know about that because look at the volume in the second. I mean, these are 15-minute candles, and that, I mean, to me, first half hour, lots of volume. I don't have a 5-minute chart up, but okay. Now these guys did do a reverse split. Okay, MYSZ. They did do a reverse split. Now your next high looking left. I mean, it's a dollar away, but the volume is so bad. I mean, 137,000 shares. Yes, that is 8.5 times normal, but and it's a very low float after the reverse split. But I've really only had two trades today. I mean, the PHG early stopped me out, and the other one, that's right, the IBRX early also stopped me out, and then reshorting the PHG, which turned out to be a pretty good trade. But boy, this would have turned out to be a fan. See, there. I'm sure this must have shown up. Let me just see. If it didn't, I wonder why. Because look at this. Here, how about this for a reversal? SLNO, gap up and reverse, like unbelievable. This was an AI alert early, and yeah, it worked very nicely early. But then the the big one was to short it. Meanwhile, PAHC, yeah, had a little bit of a pullback, but it's still making new high after new high. It's not a percent of bankroll. What I do is Exactly. I mean, I have a minimum. I have an amount that I risk per trade that I don't. I tend not to vary from trade to trade. I don't even know what that percent is. Okay, so if I'm risking five, I don't risk like $100 one trade, 500 the next, 1,000 the next, 50 the next. I try to maintain approximately the same risk amount. Risk amount meaning, okay, how much am I willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? I don't like to give investment advice, like saying, okay, you should risk no more than 2% of your account on it per trade, or 1%, or 1.5%, or 3%, or I just don't like giving advice like that. Not being a financial advisor, I know, I just look at the dollar amount that I risk, trying to keep it about the same every trade. Oh man, wow! Look at this thing. Look at MOR guys. Boy, this takes out 17. Look out below. MOR. This is showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, I'm sure it probably showed up a lot earlier, because I recall seeing it, and it is shortable, barely at Interactive Brokers, barely. There are 2,000 shares. Well, I mean, look, a break of 17 could get this cascading downwards. I'm just watching this one, guys, to see if it takes out 17, just because of all the room. Oh, being bought by Novartis. Right, you are. Okay, that's not good then, unless it's in jeopardy or something. That little spike in my computer, I'll handle. Every now and then. Okay, thank you for that, William, because that means I won't attempt a short on it. Okay, thank you for that. Deals for tiny drug companies tend Not to face antitrust scrutiny from William in our main room. Boy, what a sell-off for SLNA. Oh, SLNO. Oh man, almost it's more than $10 from the high now. About well, yeah, almost $10 from the high. Picard earnings play tomorrow. Same thing go. I mean, I'm not sure, Jay, what you want me to say exactly. Are you saying, "Oh yeah, this looks really interesting"? They have has earnings tomorrow. A little bit of enthusiasm ahead, but like I'm not sure what you want me to say. Again, if you're saying, "Well, yeah, this looks really good," so maybe buy it because it's going to have great earnings tomorrow. So I mean, I'm not sure I know what you want me to say. I never trade through earnings. Never, 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 never. We've seen situations where a stock, for days and days and days and days ahead of earnings has been dropping, and then all of a sudden earnings. Well, Tesla is probably a good example. Okay, but even a stock that's not followed as much, or a stock that is moving ahead of earnings, and you think, wow, somebody knows something. Earnings comes out, bam. So I'm not sure really what you want me to say. I mean, in terms of being juicy or not being juicy. Well, this is not technical analysis, though, Jay. This has nothing to do with technical analysis, not playing earnings. Okay, I just don't. I never. I'm talking to Jay in our YouTube room. I just don't take a trade. I don't take a trade. I'm not going to hold like something that's releasing earnings tomorrow or after hours today or tomorrow morning before the market opens. I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take it. I don't care what the chart is telling me. I'm not going to take the trade. I will wait for earnings to happen. Sure, could gap up. And if I had, guessed right, yeah, you're right. I would have, big gain. Good gap down though. So I just that's just the way I trade. I will not take a trade through earnings. So it's got really nothing to do with technical analysis. Now there are some people who like to analyze and maybe they scour websites and they're finding all sorts of positive activity, positive comments about it. Fine. I just don't do that. Well, at least when I look at Solve, okay, I mean, today, again, it's not trading anything abnormally, but at least when you look at Solve, okay, and you look left and it's got some room, right? Now, this is a relatively recent IPO, I guess. Okay, only started trading as Solve, SOLV, 5 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. But at least when you look left, you can see that there's your next high, 68. Well, it's got some room, to keep moving until it hits that couple of dollars. But looking at it right now, you're chasing it. I mean, this is at some point. I mean, it could keep going up, but this is typically where people start looking, maybe for a top and maybe shorting. Okay, I mean, look, it's been straight up with now here's your first little red bar. Now, the time is only 2:02, so it still has 12 and a half minutes to close. This could reverse and it could become green and it could keep moving higher. And then if you look at a weekly chart, even better, $71. So if you were wanting to swing this, I mean, I'd be maybe there's the VWAP 64.41. Let's see if does it have any sort of a pullback in it? Now, Moan, hmm, boy, this one is really looking interesting to me on a short, guys. SLNO. It did get down to the low there, about 44.60, but I mean, it's still got a ton of room underneath, of course. Not saying it's going to get down to 37, but I mean, it's got all this after the blue more off fairly quickly, starting with that candle right there at 11:15. Yeah, CNDT is just sort of stuck. I mean, out of nowhere, you could get some volume coming in, of course, but to me, I will never take this trade unless it gets over 335 on some volume. And you can see also there's the right at the 200-day moving average. The VWAP is at 332 and the 200-day moving average is at 330. So you've got both of those blocking it. I don't see that it's okay. Our VWAP anyway is 332, Brian. But if on yours, if it's above, it must not be by much. Exactly, Christine. There was one this morning. I can't remember which one it was. Let me see if I can dig it up. I may not be able to find it. They had some kind of FDA approval. Yeah, it was this one. Okay, so this one. Look at this. Okay, NKGN. This is the pre-market action, and that's 8 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and right there is 8:30 Eastern time. I mean, look what it did. So went from about 164 all the way up to a little over two. Here's your announcement. Company announced FDA clearance. Okay, of independent new drug application. Actually, I thought it was another one I was seeing, but then the market goes, yeah. So what? So what? I think it was another one though. And this DCPH that we see at the top all day long, this is a buyout. So that's why I really talked about it. You know it's a buyout because of this flatlining across. This is still under a dollar, my guess anyway. CAUD, my guess. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I usually, but it's amazing how, the initial reaction. There was another one, William, though. I'm pretty sure there was another one that said they had FDA approval. I think it was, yeah, it was something to do with babies for between 2 and 5 years old. And, the initial reaction was, fabulous. And then it just cratered. Well, if it's not abnormal, then I don't see it, but I'll take a look at it. Sezzle, SEZL. Well, it actually is abnormal. I mean, 2.3 million. Sorry, 2.3 times normal. But yeah, okay. Well, you've been if you've found a way to trade it, good for you because I mean it doesn't trade very much. So good for you because that 79,000 is 2.3 times normal. So this does not trade very much. I mean, I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. It's sort of gapping, topping tails, bottoming tails. So I have, no thoughts. Well, my thoughts on it that I would never trade it personally, but because the volume is so low. But if you found a way to trade it to make money, great. All right, guys, 210. So one last look at my homepage and the information you can find. I expect that tomorrow will be, for me personally, a lot more exciting. We'll have a lot of different earnings plays. Okay. Because we'll get all the ones that released after hours today, plus the ones before the market opens tomorrow. We've got about 1,000 companies this week releasing earnings. So my guess is that we'll see a lot more activity. For me, I mean, the stuff I look at anyway, and with a little more trend. That's all I'm looking for is more of a trend. Get into something that keeps moving in the direction for at least an hour. Okay, so Andy, my guess you're clicking on an alert from our AI, right? From Holly, the AI. We're talking to Andy in our YouTube room. Sorry, in our main room. You're clicking on an alert from the AI, right? Like here. You're clicking from here, just in a chart in a docked window. But how are you getting the in order to get those levels, let me make sure I got it. Yeah. You have to click on an alert. You have to click on an alert, right? Oh, my docked relative strength layout. Wow, I haven't looked at that for a long time. Well, it shouldn't matter though. Um, because if I click on an alert, there's my smart stop is there. Now, click on an alert, my smart stop is there. You're but you don't. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. The dock. Okay, okay. I'm sorry. So, are you talking about because these are the only alerts you're getting? Okay. Well, alerts, the symbols. Okay. Because if you've got this one, then this is all you're getting. I mean, maybe you get these charts, but you have to turn it on. The only time you get it grayed out is if I click on an alert from my, see, I click on IBRX right there. Okay. Now well, it was there. So let me uncheck it. No, there it is grayed out. Yeah, it is grayed out. And that's because I clicked on an alert from the AI, not from anywhere else though, because I don't think so. Yeah, see, it's not grayed out. It should only be, and I don't know why it is. I mean, it's not. I think it's to me the only time you're going to get it grayed out is if you click on an alert from our AI. I'll click on SLNO, and if I right click on properties, and well, unfortunately you can't see it, but it popped on my other monitor. Yeah, it's grayed out, but that is the only time. So if you click, are you saying if you click on something here, like right here, in the relative strength leaders from the close, if I click on HWH, okay, let me do it here because I don't think the box will pop out on my other monitor. So there it is. Show smart list risk levels. It is not grayed out. Okay, I'll click on Mullen. Okay, I'll click on MULN. Now, yeah. No, it's not grayed out. I thought maybe because it was also an AI alert. It is not grayed out. Only if I click on it from our AI. Only if I click on it from here. But if I click on it from here, it will not be grayed out. At least it's not for me. If I click on it here, from here, yes, it is grayed out. Okay, it is grayed out. Okay, it's a quirk. Clicking on something from our AI, it grays out. Not that it matters if you because you can see it right there, but actually that's not correct. That's showing the. I guess the reason they're doing it is because they don't want to have two competing stops on the chart. I suppose. I suppose that makes sense. Really, it doesn't matter. Okay, let me try to figure that out. Why would that happen? How about getting a new chart just get a new chart up, new chart window, okay? And what happens when you right click and properties? I have unchecked it. But is that you're picking a couple from the AI? Not that it should matter if you're clicking on it from another area, but pick something else that is not an AI alert. Okay, click on something click on CAUD. Okay. Because I don't know if because the two that you're talking about, coincidentally, they happen to be AI alerts. It shouldn't matter as long as you're clicking from another something outside the AI. But I just clicked on CAUD. Here it is. Right click, properties, not grayed out. So can you do that for me? Click on CAUD. It's not grayed out. Okay. There's got to be some kind of a quirk then for you. You're 100% not clicking on it from here. Because everything, if you click on anything from the AI, it will be grayed out. Hmm. It's like well, I don't know. I have no explanation because if I click on MULN here, it is not grayed out. Now, just for fun here, just for fun. No, it's never grayed out. Not as long as I click on it from outside the AI, it is not grayed out. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. Well, it makes sense from your point of view that it's happening, but it doesn't make any sense because I can click on it from outside the AI. If I see the symbol outside the AI, I can click on it. It's not grayed out. Well, I have, maybe just do a reset or something. That is kind of weird. Yeah, what happens if you do click on account and then do a reset? Just see. Yeah, because it's not that many. I mean, there are only a few in the AI because there's nothing in here. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. And Pepe, who might be listening to me, I'm sure it's just one of those weird things. Well, less earnings on Monday. Okay, Shaw. So I'm not sure. Well, I mean, yeah. The reason why say Tuesday is more active than say Monday, okay, and that's any week because on Tuesday we sort of get sort of the two-headed monster. We get the earnings after Monday, like in post market Monday and Tuesday pre market, okay. But obviously on Monday, all we're really getting are the pre-market on Monday. There are very few companies that release earnings after hours the day before, which would be Friday. Very few companies release earnings after hours on a Friday. But on Tuesday, you're getting the after hours Monday plus the pre-market. Oh yeah, I'm on a development version. Yep. I'm on a development version, so I do understand that. But all right, my homepage. So when you say an exit alert, are you talking about a stop, JK? There's always a stop. There's the stop price right there. Is that what you're talking about? When you say exit alert, I mean, there's the stop price. Okay, well, yeah, so there's the stop price. If you don't have that, it's just a column you can add, right click, go to columns, and then you can scroll down. If you don't have it, scroll down till you see stop price, click on it, left click on it, and then left arrow it over. Okay, and then say okay, and then it'll be added as a column if that's what you're talking about. Meanwhile, HOF just made a high, or sorry, BOF, not HOF, BOF. Now, again, gonna take out 3 and maybe challenge that 360. I mean, that's a mass, that'd be a lot of room still. All right, so Pepe says, clicking on a symbol from within the strategy trades window will disable the smart risk levels option, but will it gray it out? So I just clicked on poet. Well, let me click on MULN. No, I'll click on poet again. Okay, I'll click on, well, no, I'm going to click on MULN. Okay. And as you said, this disables it. Okay. And I understand. I do understand because they don't want to have 2 stops. They want to have, but I think but if I click on MULN here, it does not disable it. It won't gray it out. I think that was his problem. Here, I'll have to show it here. It's not it's not grayed out. I mean, it's clickable, not but it's not grayed out. That was his problem. It was grayed out. At least that's what he was saying, or she. Not for all symbols, only the AI ones. Coincidentally. So he was trying with the MULN, and if I could find IBRX somewhere, I could click. I don't have it anywhere else. But clicking on another symbol from here, it's fine. But he swears that I clicked on MULN from here, from the relative strength leaders, and it was still grayed out. But it is not for me. But it was also for IBRX. I just can't. Oh, here it is. Here's IBRX. So not grayed out. Not grayed out. But every other symbol was fine. Well, let me one more time try to get to my home page. All right, guys. So if you want to, have a little patience. Come on, load. Okay, so if you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. My advice would be this. I mean, you don't have to take out, the only reason for taking out an annual, of course, is you're on a prorated basis, your monthly fees are less, but you do have to come up with the money up front. But so if you had the money, but you don't know but you're not sure about the program, then is what you can do. Try us out for a month, 25% off. If within 30 days you decide you do want to take on an annual to take advantage of the lower monthly rate, then you can do so. We'll honor the 25%. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos running you through your download and install, your first startup and login, plus looking at alert windows and top list windows. Trading 101, free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it here. It is free. I don't think it triggered. Let me take a look at it again. I don't think it triggered. ACVA is the trade of the week. Yeah, it did not trigger. The trigger price is 1840. It did not hit that. Pre-market doesn't count. So market opened, it got up to 1832. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It just hasn't triggered. And it may not. I mean, we no crystal ball to know whether this is going to trigger later on in the week. Big education section is here. And before we look at my scans, all I ask is this. This is a free room. And the way we keep it free is by, at some point in time, if you want to take out a subscription, just use my code. If you use my code, the room gets credit for the subscription, and that'll really help to keep the room free. Okay. And then here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, obviously you have to be a subscriber, but here they are. Okay. Here are the scans. There's the relative strength leaders right there. This is the halts resumes is over here. Again, I had to do a reboot. This was full. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. So you can take a look at these scans. I don't have them all up and running at the same time. There you go. Mike C in our YouTube room. Earnings. Yeah, it's not about earnings. It's all about guidance. Company can come out and say we said all sorts of we made more than we did the last quarter and even year to year. But if they guide poorly, if they say, but you know what, we're expecting a slowdown next quarter, you can see some like incredibly great looking headlines extolling the virtue of earnings and revenues and this and that. But buried sometimes, in the press release is, but we're not guiding well in the next quarter. And that'll kill it. Because why are you going to buy a stock if they think that their whatever business they're in is going to slow down in the next quarter? Why would you buy that stock? So as Mike C in our YouTube room says, earnings can be good, but if future forward guidance does not meet the market's criteria, stock can head down. Yeah. Like Meta, like exactly Brian Kowalski in our YouTube room, like Meta last week. Meta looked awesome. I mean, they had great revenue and earnings and all that, but they said, you know what, next quarter. Well, I think the market also read into spending a lot on AI and all that. But yeah, if they don't come out and say, you know what, and we think we're going to have a banner quarter, next one, why is anyone going to buy the stock? Now, they don't have to come out and say we're gonna have a banner one, but you don't wanna see and you don't wanna see some company saying, "Yeah, looks we had a great quarter, but next quarter is not gonna look so good." You don't wanna hear that, okay? And the SPY, whoops, something happened with the SPY. Look at this. I had a price alert set at the low of the pre-market, and we're getting a giant red bar now in the SPY. So I don't know if there's some macro event that is hitting the market or not. I'm just looking at my IB headlines. Sometimes you'll see something, but the last one was at 214. So I don't see anything yet. Yeah, you guys are talking about Thinkorswim, right? Well, I don't know if that's the reason, but unless it's like a hack or something. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's the reason, but if they got hacked, I mean, companies have technical issues all the time. Well, not all the time, but I mean, so your TOS is working fine. Maybe now. And Pepe's is fine. So I mean, we're just conjecture. I mean, the market did get hit a bit here, but I mean, it looks worse than, I mean, this has been a very kind of choppy day, up, down. So it's hit or miss, really, isn't it? Some people's Thinkorswim is working, some people's aren't. So it's regional. Okay. Well, I can say that Interactive Brokers is just fine. No, it really isn't. I know. It looks worse on the chart. All of a sudden you see this giant red bar, and you sort of see it out of nowhere. Okay, guys, I got about 10 to 15 left. William says he will keep the main room open until 4 o'clock. I'm going to be taking off soon. CNDT, you know what? CNDT, who knows? Maybe tomorrow it'll do something. I'm surprised with that little fluffy headline that I thought it would have more attraction to those of us who play these sort of things, but it certainly has not done anything since that opening 15-minute candle other than drop. Actually, I'm wrong. That's 8:45. So 8:30 up, 8:45 down, and then really nothing. All right, guys. Well, I'm just about wrapping my this up. Another 10 minutes or so for me. Probably about 10 to 3, I'll take off. Are you talking about which brokerage window are you talking about, John? You're talking about the Thinkorswim brokerage window, Brokerage Plus. Oh, Brokerage Plus. Okay, let me take a look. Now, I'm not trading live, of course, but let me just see if. Okay, let me. Now, there it is. Okay, but I can't. I just going to move off screen. The minute I click on the symbol, though, I'll move it back. Okay, so there's ELEM. Okay, let me buy 400 shares. Not a great spread, but I'm just doing this for. Yeah, that was pretty quick. So, connected to E-Trade. Cannot comment on that then. Sorry. I thought you meant in the simulator. It's very quick in the simulator. Are you sure it's not on the? Yeah, I was going to say an API issue with E-Trade. Never really heard great things about E-Trade and Brokerage Plus. Okay, I mean, depends on how fast you're trading. Like what if the stock, especially early on in the day, like in the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes. But I can't really comment on it then. Well, I mean, I know. I mean, we're not connected to E-Trade obviously here, but as far as the simulator working quickly, it certainly did. But of course, it's a different. I understand it's different connected to the broker. No, nice one. Unfortunately, no. We do not have a screener that can populate all stocks, breaking previous high of time bars. No. So if I can understand your question correctly, a 30-minute candle or bar, 30-minute candle. So at any time in the day, if let's just say there was a high at for 30 minutes at 10 o'clock, and then at 2:30 it broke that high. If that's your question, no. One of the things we don't do is refer to previous volume bars or candles in the fashion that you're talking. Is that what you meant though? The way I described it, is that kind of what you meant? And it wouldn't really matter what time frame, but is that what you did mean? Kinda? All right, guys. ELYM. Yeah, this could be an interesting one tomorrow. I mean, it got as high as five, almost $6, pulled back to five ish. It's had a interesting 3 weeks ahead. This is only the first day, of course. It's a low float, 14 million. A lot of relative volume today, 16 times normal. Well, that'll be your broker, John. I mean, it depends. Your broker has to have shares available to short. Okay. Oh, you're not shorting. Can't answer. If that's the message coming from your broker, yeah, I understand. But your broker, you're getting that message from your broker, right? Oh, it's in the Brokers Plus window. I'll tell you what, I don't know, but Chris is probably hanging around somewhere. So you might have to take a look at your log file. Sorry, Chris. So just give me a moment. Yeah, it's impossible for me to help, okay? He's probably gonna have to look at a log file of some sort, John, okay? So if you click on my homepage link and you see where it says "Need help," click on the "Need help," and then click on the "Ask," and then "Chat," and say, "I'm having problems," and sort of you just like what you just did there, a little description, and then send the files, account and help, send files to support. And Chris can take a look at the log files to try to figure out what the reason is. Okay, there's no way. I mean, without seeing those log files, it's impossible for me to even to help. And I don't look at the log files, thank goodness. Okay, so again, click on help, send files to support, and send it. And you can do that now if you want, and then go to the chat and say, "Hey, I just sent some files to support. Something wrong with my E-Trade. I'm getting this error message." And Chris can take a look and see what's going on, okay? All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the room link into our YouTube room. So you guys can head over to the main room if you want. That room will be open till 4 o'clock. And I will stick around if there's some questions. I'll stick around another couple of minutes or so if there's some questions. If not, I will take off. Whew, there was a rug pull for the BOF, but a great move from the 240 to almost $3, and then the almost a rug pull right back down to 240. Just got to be careful. Can't wander away from your computer. You too, Michael. Have a great evening from our YouTube room. All right, guys. I don't see any questions, so I think I will take off. So thanks again for all the help, as always. I will mute myself now in the main room and stop the screen sharing. And now I'm muting myself in the main room. And now in our YouTube room, I will shut you guys down now.